All right, first time to do this. It's kind of fun. Good evening. The time is 5 o'clock, and I'd like to call this workshop of the Belton Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. This meeting has been duly called, and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The first item on the agenda is public comments. Connie, you have two, that's it?
Yes, sir.
All right. In accordance with district policy BED local, any person wishing to address the Board of Trustees during public comments shall sign up before the meeting. And we have two, workshops or special meetings of the board. Therefore, public comments shall be limited to items on the agenda posted with the notice of the meeting. In order to comply with the Texas Open Meeting Act, the board may not respond to comments or otherwise discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the meeting agenda. Each participant shall be limited to 3 minutes. We have a timer on the screen that shows your allotted time, and a sound will occur at the conclusion. Got that ready to go? When I call your name, please come to the table and state your name for the record. Just a second.
Hold on, guys.
One second, I think they're gonna plug in our other computer and we time real quick. Oh, we have approved the computer.
Okay, give me a second. Yes.
Ready? All right, our first speaker this evening will be Philip Krasinski. Come on down. Please state your name.
Yes, my name is Philip Krasinski. All right, good evening. BISD, according to records, currently has $377 million outstanding bonds. I prefer to call them loan commitments, stretching out to the year 2047. The bond loan you're proposing of $168 million would increase taxpayers' burden to over $500 million in loans. That's a lot of money. BISD did a bond survey of taxpayers in November of 2021. Your own survey revealed that a bond for $170 million, 49% against, $184 million, 50% against, $200 million, 57% against. You asked why a respondent would vote this way. 51% said no new taxes, 26% BISD said mismanagement, 16% said it was not needed, and only 4% of respondents said they need more information. Superintendent Matt Smith, who joined the district in January of 2020 by way of Leander ISD, listed in his BISD bio that during his tenure at Leander ISD, it passed a $454 million bond. I would hope BISD is not headed down the same path. In watching some of the board meetings online, BISD was referred to as the District of Innovation. As a highly intelligent, well-educated individual, I would hope you would seek out creative paths of innovation and lead by example, not just take the easy road down Bond Lane. In talking with friends and neighbors, for example, Lake Belton High School sits on over 100 acres, tennis courts included. It is a behemoth and just seems like overkill. Some of that bond money could have gone towards building 2 new elementary schools if your goal is to house and teach students. I would ask you strongly to consider in your decision that these few years have been tough for the majority of taxpayers. We're now facing increasing prices for everything from food to gas, home utilities, and medical expenses. Couple that with a dramatic increase in property values Bell County Appraisal District has burdened taxpayers with over the last 3 years. According to POconnor.com, the market value of taxable property rose 53.3% over 5 years, while a January 9th article in the Clean Daily Herald stated the cost of living in Bell County rose 14.8%. We have yet to see what Billy White at Bellcat will come up with for 2022. If he follows course, BISD may get more property tax revenue than the bond could deliver. To give more perspective, according to taxrates.org, Bell County has one of the highest median property taxes in the United States and is ranked 391st of the 3,143 counties in order of median property taxes. In light of this, I would hope that the administration board should focus back to education, innovation, and paying down the current $377 million in loans the district already has. According to some board member comments regarding this bond, such as strike while effective, great time to do it, let's keep BISD the flagship we've grown accustomed to, it seems the focus has shifted to how much grander bond money we can obtain during our tenures as feathers in our cap. Please remember, your loans are the taxpayer's burden, not to mention the continued daily operating expenses. Your service is not only to educate, but to be responsible stewards of our money. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, next up, Janet Brown. Please state your name.
My name is Janet Brown. Today I'm speaking to how community involvement is vitally important to a school district's decision-making and transparency on financial processes such as education and bonds for growth. The importance of a community of involved parents and taxpayers versus outside builders or special interest parties picked to be part of the school district decision-making committee deciding millions of bond debt to be passed on to the voters. As a longtime resident of Morgan's Point Resort, the building of the Grand Taj Mahal style Lake Belton High School, right on one of the city's main entrances off of busy Highway 317 into the city, was quite a surprise. For the pleasure of that bond and a new Belton ISD school build, we've seen property values and taxes increase substantially, our community size increase from 2,000 to 5,000 households. Traffic is a snarled accident waiting to happen mess during school release or drop-off times on a busy FM 2483, and a significant rise in the incidence of neighborhood crime. School districts should partner with parents to support children, not treat them as a problem or afterthought or as noise around education or as the peanut gallery. And as Board of Trustees, you are elected, entrusted to serve, ensure transparency, and convey community values in your decision-making. Several school districts have recently been unsuccessful in obtaining bond approval from the more informed voters, parents, and taxpayers as the education of our precious children takes the spotlight. Texas school districts like Temple, Leander, Fort Worth, and several others have recently seen their bonds fail as voters have an eye directly on the education system, where children know more about pronouns for identity, have open access to age-inappropriate, obscene, sexually explicit books, focus on questionable character-building exercises or material, and learn about social activism while our teachers are drowning in report-making. Where is our school board and district that ensures that academic exemplary goals and performance are at the forefront? A mom wrote this: Leander ISD voters killed the recent bond election just to make the point that the board needed to listen to parents. If we can't trust the content of the curriculum or the board to listen to us, then how can we trust them with millions of dollars? Thank you.
All right. So, moving forward. Next item on the workshop agenda is our workshop about potential bond
It's our
projects.
workshop.
That's it, the
Oh, wow.
workshop is on the agenda for the workshop.
Trustees, thank you for joining us tonight. We are excited to get rolling. We are going to pause for a minute and get our technology squared away and make sure that they're all set to go. We are gathered here tonight to talk only about process, current situation, and future need for Belton ISD regarding space, buildings and investment in our facilities. The proposal that I outlined to you a couple of weeks ago is just that. It's a proposal, it's a superintendent recommendation based on what the bond exploration committee said to me. And the bond exploration committee's role was to advise me as a superintendent, as a new superintendent, what they felt was needed in the school district. I'm gonna have a few of our esteemed colleagues here walk us through different parts of the presentation tonight and talk to us about a few different things. But I wanted to talk to you real briefly about the opinion that's in front of you right here. It says BISD 2025, and there's a road on this. And in 2017, there was great work done for Belton ISD. We continued to grow as a school district. There was an investment and support from our community to build new facilities. We built a high school, which obviously based on our enrollment is needed. And also we built an elementary school, Charter Oak Elementary, along with a few other projects along the way. That work was great, and I shared this pin with you tonight just as a reminder that we've accelerated our pace on that road to 2025. And here we are in 2022, and because of the growth in our area, we have some pressing needs as a school district that are here a few years earlier than we imagined back then. We would not be able to be in this conversation and be talking about this if there wasn't good, thoughtful planning by people in the past, former boards of Belton ISD, former administrators in Belton ISD, former long-term facility committee participants in Belton ISD that dedicated time, effort, energy into putting us into a thoughtful situation. Tonight, we're gonna go over process and the committee makeup in general, the process that we used this fall to get to this point. We're gonna talk a little bit to our financial advisor about current bond capacity and what it looks like, and financing options open to school districts that are in situations like ours. We are the only designated fast growth school district in Bell County. And that's important to know that right now. And I shouldn't say that. Neighboring school districts in Bell County, Colleen ISD, Temple ISD are in different situations. We do have some other districts like Troy and Academy that are starting to grow pretty rapidly as well. But our growth is different than others around us. That's important for us to remember because we have to talk about the quality of education that we want for our students and how facilities plays a role in all of that. And that's really the heart of the discussion that we're at tonight. By the end of the night, we'll also review from our survey consultant what the survey said, what their recommendations, or excuse me, what their findings were in the survey, and then let you all deliberate and provide us some guidance on next steps, potentially to either call a bond, potentially not call a bond, or make modifications to proposal that's been laid out in front of you. So that's the overall scope of the night. Can we put the next couple of slides real quick? Our agenda, you'll see, Dr. Golden is going to take us through the bond exploration committee process overview, and then we're going to move to Jennifer Ritter, talk a little bit about our bond capacity, and we will have a guest via Zoom, that's Matt from Macy's, who did our survey. We're going to have to deliberately stop at a specific time to make sure he joins us because he is having to Zoom in. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Golden, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Good evening. And you're going to see, this looks familiar from our update that we provided you in the last board meeting. This slide just represents the narrowing of recommendations in our process. We started out very broad with you commissioning a bond exploration committee made up of citizens in the communities that represent Belton ISD. This committee spent countless hours looking at demographic data, growth data, looking at facilities assessment data, touring schools, both before meetings, after meetings, on Saturdays, those who could make it, and taking that big picture of those needs and started to, through the process of this fall, narrowing down those recommendations. And so you can see Dr. Smith made his recommendation to you in the last board meeting, and we're going to revisit that later in the meeting. And we are at this Board of Trustees part of this funneling and narrowing process. So in the next 3 slides, just gonna share with you again, the Bond Exploration Committee, we asked them and charged them with helping answer 3 questions. This first question was, do you recommend that we pursue a bond? And as you can see here, and as we've shared with you before, 96% of those at our committee voted to, yes, we should pursue a bond based on the needs. Second question that was asked of the committee is, if yes, then when? And you see here that May of 2022 was the primary recommendation at 89%. And the third final question, the question was asked, what would be a total bond package range? And you see in this slide that you had 46% in that 170 to 200 million range, 36% in that 125 to 170, and 18% were below that 125 million mark. And so on the next slide, just a reminder, we also asked the committee, as they narrowed projects down, this was the narrowed list, and then asked them to prioritize that list. All members did. And so what you've seen here, and again we provided before, is the ranking of those projects based on the input of the Bond Exploration Committee. And so throughout this evening, we're going to stop and make sure that if you've got questions that we pause. This first part was, I know y'all have seen before in updates, but just wanted to pause for a second and see if you have any questions about process before we ask Jennifer Ritter to come up to the table and talk about debt issuance process and bond capacity.
Can you just clarify, just in case there's any confusion on who made up the bond committee, exploration committee, and what kinds of citizens came in for that?
Yes. So our Board of Trustees, we ask each of you to nominate 2 members from the areas in which you represent. Also asked every campus principal to make sure that every campus was represented, and so they identified parents from their campuses. And then we also put a volunteer form on the website and took some volunteers at large. We mapped out all the members to ensure that all areas of the district were represented in the Bond Exploration Committee. And it was a committee of only citizens. Staff didn't participate. We helped facilitate by getting information to the committee, but we did not participate in any voting.
And on that, you know, I've been here for a long time, most of my life, and in that committee, other than the 2 people that I nominated, I may have known 8 or 10 other people. So that kind of, when I was sitting there looking at the composition, especially at the beginning when we had the 70-something people, I was like, wow, I just don't know that many folks sitting in here. So I thought that was good, that it wasn't people that are in the know or in the community decision makers and things. It really was just folks out there in the community that were being represented. So I thought that was good.
I know you may do it later, but can you just give us an overview, just for the public's knowledge, how many meetings were held, and in summary, what had transpired to get to the point where we're at now?
Absolutely. We held 7 meetings. They were on average about 2.5 hours apiece. It's supposed to be 2, but we might have run a little over. We had, each meeting was in a different building across the district, so we made sure that we were in schools in the north, schools in the south, elementary schools, high schools, middle schools. There were tours that were optional for committee members, well, tours within the meetings, but then some additional tours outside of the meeting structure for some of our ancillary facilities. So, for example, transportation, athletic facilities, things like that, as well as our schools. And so so throughout that process, the meetings went from sharing facilities condition index scores for all of our facilities, the educational adequacy, all of that was from the facilities assessment that was done. That data was provided, as well as Mike Morgan and his team met with every campus principal, and campus principals were asked to work with their teams on campuses to identify most pressing needs for every single campus and be able to bring that information forward. And then, of course, the demographer report was shared with the committee, as well as additional information. We asked questions at every meeting and then followed up in the next meeting with responses to those questions, and also surveyed the committee members after the meetings then based on that survey data, they helped us continue to narrow and refine. They also, throughout the process, brainstormed solutions to issues and needs that we were facing. They brainstormed solutions, and then they debated pros and cons of the issues that they brainstormed. And again, that was to help narrow down potential recommendations on solutions to some of the challenges that we're facing.
Other than the demographer, who else came and spoke to the committee?
Jennifer Ritter, who's going to speak in just a few minutes, spoke to the committee about bond capacity and debt. So she was able to speak to them. Were there other?
Matt from Macy's.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, and Matt from Baseley's, who's gonna be speaking this evening as well. That's the company that did the polling, and then he presented back to the committee prior to them making their final decisions or recommendations.
And Michelle Box from our demographers group came and gave that, the fall update, and answered questions for the committee as well.
And the information that y'all presented, you had a website, because you had the fact sheets. And is that website still active, so anybody could still look at all of the information that y'all presented?
Yes, yes. All of the meeting agendas, slide decks, any fact sheet that was prepared for the committee is linked on there, as well as just photos of the meetings themselves.
I want to point out on this slide here, this is their ranking at the end. So we didn't ask them to come with a final package, and I want to clarify that real quickly. We wanted them to act in an advisory capacity to me as a superintendent who's only been here a couple of years, and they've been COVID impacted a couple of years. And so often what you'll see in school districts is a superintendent say, committee, here's what I think we need, and they lay out those needs. We wanted to start differently with this because we wanted our community voice to be the first thing that we weighed in on that. So we laid out data, information, facilities assessment information, demographer information, our financial advisor information, and gave them the info to create this rank order list, and then had them give us some parameters for me to then bring you a proposal, and then for you as a board of trustees to ultimately make your final recommendation on what you'd like to do moving forward. So I share that because we did that very deliberately to make sure we started with community voice and started with them examining needs in data from our system and making recommendations to move first. Anything else on bond expiration committee process before we turn it over to Ms. Ritter?
You might want to turn it over to Matt first, if that's okay. So Matt Gamble is available. He had to participate via Zoom. So Jennifer, if it's okay, we might have Matt go first. The polling took place in November, and that was part of the bond exploration committee process. And so he is meeting with several school districts, and so he is meeting with us via Zoom. So we will advance ahead, and then we'll go back to bond capacity in just a few minutes.
Now I got it. Thank you. Hold on 1 second.
Hello?
Hi, Matt. This is.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So this is Matt Gamble. Matt is with Baseley's, and he and his team conducted the polling for us, and so he's going to hit some highlights. I know you've seen this information, but we want to go over this with you. Just hit some highlights. Thanks, Matt.
Yes, my pleasure. And I apologize I can't be there in person with you all tonight. We just hit, as Melinda said, the high points of the survey. The first thing that we always like to do in any school bond survey is to assess the image of the district. That's important because if the voters don't like the district, it's hard to pass bonds. But just because you have a positive image doesn't necessarily green light the bond package, but it does kind of indicate the environment in which we're working. And the positive to negative image that we see in the district is excellent. It's about as good as it gets. I've never seen a negative lower than 8%. A lot of districts I've worked in the last couple of months, I've seen some in the mid-20s up to the mid-40s in terms of the negative. So the district has a great image. So that was a great place to start when you're looking for a bond. The other thing that's great is that among those that have a positive impression of you, majority of them have a strong positive impression, which is another good sign. Another question that we asked to really kind of get the lay of the land in terms of the environment for a bond was to ask them if they felt like if the schools were comparable or not in their condition. And half the time that you see ver A, ver B, that just means version A, version B, and half the respondents were randomly given one set of words versus the other. And in version B, we asked specifically about if they felt like the facilities were comparable with when it came to fine arts, and you see a little bit more uncertainty there. The percentages of comparability with both versions were similar at about a third. This shows us that about 2/3, I would say 2/3 of respondents either think that either know that they're not comparable or they're not sure. The other way you look at it is really about 2 out of 5 respondents understand that not everything is comparable, and maybe about 3 out of 5 don't. And that's a lot of opportunity for us to go out there and provide some more information. And it can also explain why some of the support may be where it is on the initial ballot, and why we see improvement on the informed ballot, why we see a shift in opinions, because there is a lot of opportunity there to educate respondents or voters rather about the condition. Another question that we asked was the perception of your your growth needs. Again, we did have the sample got one question wording and the other half got a different question wording, whether or not the district had enough schools or classrooms for its current enrollment, split sampled with to accommodate growth over the next 5 years. We saw a big difference here when we asked that split sample. When you talk about your current enrollment, they're a little bit more likely to think that you have enough, but it's not overwhelming. I mean, they're pretty split. When you talk about 5 years from now, they're a little bit more likely to think that you need more. But again, this points to an opportunity for education, with only, again, about 2 out of 5
Recording in progress.
with only about 2 out of 5 respondents understanding this need. So those are some general questions that we asked to get a feel for how the voters were perceiving the district before we got into the specifics of a bond amount. And a lot of times when we do a survey like this, it's before the election's been called, and there isn't really an amount. And we kind of come in and do these in the middle of a process, and while districts or committees are trying to consider an actual dollar figure. But you don't ever want to just ask respondents if they vote for bonds without a dollar amount. And you don't want to ask them a range in a question like 100 to 70 or 200, because that'll get you a lot of, well, it depends. So you have to put an amount out there in the question. We tested 3 amounts on the front end, starting with asking everybody if they would vote for bonds of $184 million. And that was somewhere in between what we had discussed as the potential low end, where it would really be anything lower than 170 just might not be worth our time. And then, the higher end, what is the highest we kind of think we want to go? At the time of the survey, we were thinking 200 might be about kind of the upper end. So that 184 is sort of kind of in the middle. And so we asked everybody if they would vote for bonds of 184, 40% would vote for, 50% would vote against. And if they were against the 184, we asked them, okay, well, would you vote for 170? And you see that the results are very similar. Without the context of what the tax increase is, or without the context of a specific project, like with this many dollars, you get exactly this extra project, it's just a big number to a respondent. And so it's really not any different. 170, 184, it's about the same. When we asked if they were in favor of 184, and we asked them if they would then be in favor of 200, you see support drops, and that happens in the survey sometimes. As you increase the dollar amount, it starts to sound less appealing. And so that's why we don't go out there and test 10 different amounts, because as you go out, they just start to sound less appealing. So the takeaways here that initial support is less than initial opposition, not just with the total 40 to 50, but also the intensity, those percentages of strongly, and those will be important in just a second. But this is the initial position before voters or respondents are told about the bond projects. It just lets us know kind of where we start today. So then the next 3 slides, I think we'll go through those fairly quickly, but after we ask them their initial opinion, we also call it the uninformed position, because they really, again, they haven't been told what these projects are, what would be included. We told them, we asked them rather, if they would support or oppose the following potential projects. And this lets us do 2 things. It lets us, first of all, test the favorability of each of these projects as standalone items, and also educates the respondent so that they become more informed about what the proposal would do. And so, we gave them a lot of information about different projects, and we found that support for those ranged from 74 to 51% on slides 30 and 31. And we talked about some of the growth needs, we talked about some of the fine arts improvements, a lot of other projects. On slide 32, we had additional information about the bond. It wasn't related to projects, but things like a citizens committee was making recommendations, or your last bond was on time and on budget. Really important to tell them there's no rate increase associated with this. And so after they heard all that information, we asked them again how they would vote for bonds. Let's go to slide, let's go to the slide 34 at the bottom where it says at the top, informed position on $184 million. The next one after that. Okay, we'll stick with this one. Yeah, great. So after we told them all that information, we asked them again how they would vote for bonds of $184 million. And we saw support increase, as we expected it would. Typically, you find a small percentage of respondents will become more supportive when they learn more information. And we're over 50%, which is great. The thing that I will call to your attention is that the intensity on the informed position, we still have a deficit in support. And that's important because if you don't feel strongly about something, the chances are you're not going to go take the time to go vote for it or against it. And that's even more important in low turnout elections like May or an odd year November. If this was on the presidential ballot, you're going to have people showing up to vote for other things. But in these lower turnout elections, those percentages of intensity are really important. And we see that even after we gave them all this information, and we had a pretty captive audience with that respondent on the phone, we still have more strong opposition than support. So what that tells us is that to really be successful, not only obviously do we need to provide information about the bond, but we really need to be strategic with our turnout and finding people that are supportive and having them come vote for it, because without that you see that those with the strong opinions are a little bit more on the no side than the yes side. And we only tested the 184 at the end just because we didn't want to belabor the point and make the survey a lot longer than it already was. And we knew that there really wouldn't be a big difference between the dollar amounts. Quite frankly, when we were drafting the survey and it was between 170 and 200, that typically is such a small range that we wouldn't even test that many amounts because you don't see that big of a difference with the respondent. But the district really wanted to do due diligence and make sure that we were testing a couple different amounts, the low end and the high end. And so that's why we just have that one amount at the end. Let's go back now to that other one, the technology. So we also, you've got another prop on the ballot potentially, and that would be the technology. Just like the main bond, we tested it at the beginning of the survey with this initial ballot. and at the end with this informed ballot. And we saw support increase as voters became more aware of the needs of the district, and particularly that there was no tax increase associated with that. And then if we could go on to the one after that. So just to conclude, district's got a great image, a really great starting point to go out for a bond. And so your opposition to bonds really isn't at all a function of them being upset with the district. They're just not really aware of your growth needs. They might be aware of your potential that you're growing a little bit, but they might not be aware of those needs. And they're not fully aware of the fact that not all your campuses are comparable. And so again, that points to that opportunity. And we see that we can increase their support when they learn more information. So we had the easy part, which was to do the survey. Trying to replicate that education in the context of a campaign obviously takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of communication and multiple touches, if you will, but talking to voters often and in many different ways. So those are sort of just the high points, and would love to answer any questions that you have for me.
Can you remind us again of the number of people that participated? My mind is thinking 300. Is that close?
Yes, I believe it was 300.
I really have a question. I was there for his first presentation, but I'm just looking at the informed ballot numbers. If I think back to 2017, that's almost identical to what the bond passed. Wasn't it like a 56? So it's pretty close to where we were in 17 with the informed. What do you think, Matt, about that 35% versus 26, strongly against versus strongly for on the informed ballot? Is that a number that's out of whack with what you're seeing in other districts right now, or is that pretty standard?
That's pretty standard. Yeah, I mean, we're not seeing support really any higher than like the mid-50s on informed ballots. I think that's kind of what we're seeing. Although, a lot of districts can be different based on their demographics. We've seen some that have been worse than that and better than that at the informed. What we really want to look for is if there's movement. Because sometimes you just don't get movement, and that tells you that people are just real entrenched in these positions, and it's hard to kind of turn them around. So that was encouraging that we saw that movement. And again, this isn't to say that 54-43 is the likely result. At the end of the campaign, this is. Showing that movement with the context of what we told our respondent. We always like to say, we can't control what other people say, what negative things may come out there. So it's just always important to be putting those messages out and communicating factual statements to voters, so that you're kind of controlling the narrative, so to speak.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, sir.
Matt, thank you for your time tonight.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thank you. Y'all have a great evening.
Thank you, Matt.
Matt had a previously scheduled presentation, so he told them he had to step out and do it from his car for us and then go back into his other presentation, so we're grateful for him for doing that. Any other questions or comments on survey information prior to going back to Ms. Ritter and talking about bond debt issuance and our current bond capacity with Belton ISD?
I think I mentioned this when he was giving his presentation several weeks ago, I guess at Belton Middle School, or North Belton Middle School, we were. The thing that kind of makes me a little bit nervous about any polling is how off the polls have been in our election process over the last 4 or 5 years. So, but when you kind of drill down into how meticulous they were about hitting all the demographics, all the age groups, all the areas, you know, and all the campuses, how they really tried to spread it out. You know, hopefully what we're looking at is gonna be as accurate as, you know, within the 3 to 5% range. Because when you look at some of the elections over the last 5 years, the pollsters have been way, way off.
Yeah.
So,
A couple of things I think that they've done well is I think they identified real clearly that one of the biggest questions that we'll have to be clear about in the communication is, will this raise my tax rate? And what are we gonna do about long-standing debt? And I think those are two questions that we need to be able to talk about frequently in all of this. The state of Texas, for fast-growth school districts, going to voters for bond elections of how you fund new school buildings, because the state does not provide you funds to build a brand-new school. That's the way things are. And so I think the education piece is a key component that Matt said, but I think it's also a tax education piece about what we have control over. We do not have any control over the appraisal values of houses. We do have control over the INS tax rate, but we do not have control over the M&O tax rate is much anymore. So before I get into the weeds on that, we'll let Jennifer talk more about that. But that education piece, I think, came out loud and clear in the survey data that voters want to know, and I'm a taxpayer in this district too. I want to know, my parents are here now, they want to know, is it going to raise my tax rates? If so, why? If not, what's it going toward, and can I get behind those projects?
and I had a really good conversation with a stakeholder a couple Saturdays ago, almost hour and a half. And that was her, one of her main questions was, in the time frame that the state gives us for how this thing is supposed to step forward, you know, the February 15th would be the day. I mean, you don't have a lot of time to get the education out there.
Right.
So to have a good strategy, and I think we can maybe look at some of the districts, it was mentioned earlier that some of the districts last go around didn't make it. I think we can maybe look at some of that as a roadmap maybe, since we've got the Riddle Road pin here.
Yeah.
Kind of a roadmap or a game plan to maybe tweak some of what they did.
Yes.
Because to me, if you come at somebody and you give them all the facts, then you've done your job. And so I think we're gonna have a pretty tight window to get the full message out there, so I think we have to be really good about that when we, you know, if we move forward with that.
Absolutely. Ms. Ritter, thanks for being here tonight.
Hey, do we need to make a special announcement that our president's here? Come here.
Ms. Norman's here. Thank you for being here tonight. We
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thank you guys for having us. So, to kind of piggyback on what Dr. Smith said, so, you know, the state doesn't fund buildings. You do get state funding, and that goes toward educational expenses that are not on the debt side. So for new construction, for kids moving here, your only choice is to go up to the voters and ask for a bond election. And then, you know, a lot of times debt is a 4-letter word, and sometimes people don't like it, but the benefit of debt and being able to pay for these buildings with debt is that as we have these kids and their families moving into the community, they can also help to pay for those buildings that they'll be using. So if we were to pay this back over a couple of years, it would just be current Belton taxpayers that are paying for it. But by paying it back over 20 to 30 years, whatever the time period may be that we pay it back, all those generations of Belton ISD new taxpayers that are coming in are going to help to fund that as well. So there is an equitable piece to this. It may seem like, oh, you're borrowing all this money, but you are allowing it through that method of borrowing to have people who will benefit from it actually pay for it as well. So again, to reiterate, I know you all seen this quite a bit of times, but there are, you know, other people here that we want to make sure we go over this for. You're restricted on new construction, financing new construction, I should say. You have to have a bond election to fund any new building. If you add even a foot to an existing footprint of a building, that has to be put before the voters. You have to have a May or November general election. You know, a few years ago, probably more than a decade ago now, as I age myself, we used to be able to go out any time in the calendar year and have a bond election. That's been restricted now to the general election date, so it's just May or November. The governor's plan that he's got when he's running for re-election, actually, the taxpayer bill of rights would restrict it pretty much to November. So this may be the last go around for May. I think people think there's a higher turnout in November. I'd be shocked if there wasn't also a pretty high turnout in May of this year as well, so I think it's pretty comparable. But nonetheless, there has been some movement to try and restrict that May election date and have it be just November, which from a financing standpoint is difficult, politics aside of it, whether that's good or bad, simply because that only gives us one bite of the apple when we have these projects that may take 3 to 5 years to construct. We have to push all the way back to one day per year. And when we can do that, that really is pushing out projects quite a bit. May is nice because that gets into the tax season when you're setting your tax rate for the summer, so it's kind of perfect from an actual timing perspective on the bond side of it. Bonds are repaid from the interest and sinking fund of the tax portion of the tax rate. I know that the people who pay taxes don't really care what side it's going to, but you do have two portions of your tax rate. And maintenance and operations or M&O, which goes to fund salaries, keeping the lights on, things of that nature, and then the INS, which goes to fund existing debt that's been approved by the voters. State law does have a cap on how much debt a school district can issue, so you do have a limitation. And state law says that we can't have more than a 50-cent INS tax rate at the time that we sell a bond. So you're not anywhere near that, but nonetheless, that is a cap that we do have in place to protect the taxpayers. And then after a successful bond election, even if we were rushing, it would take about 3 months before we could sell bonds. So with the May election, typically the earliest we could actually sell bonds would be July, and actually have funds to you would probably be the August timeframe. So when we determine financing capacity, how much you can quote unquote afford, the first thing that we would look at is that 50-cent tax cap. In this case, we've been instructed, hey, we don't even want to look at 50 cents. We want to see how much we can afford without a tax increase. So that's kind of been, it seems like the spirit of the committee is let's see how much we can do without raising taxes on the voters as far as that tax rate is concerned. So we are looking at how much we can borrow under the current 39.68 cent INS tax rate. So it's determined by several factors, the interest rate of the bonds. Currently interest rates are very low, but they have been shooting up since the start of the year. The Federal Reserve Board has been extremely clear, perhaps overly so, in saying that they intend to raise interest rates as many as 5 times this year. So we are in a rising rate environment. We sold bonds today, and we typically show you a chart that will say how high. I don't know if I've included it here or not. I don't think I have. But oh, here we go. Okay, so we'll come back to that. So we'll talk about that here in a second. The existing debt profile, that essentially means when debt is paying off. Because you're a fast growth school district, because you have bonds that you have to keep issuing to be able to build new facilities to support new growth in students, we don't have an existing drop in debt service until 2040. So that doesn't mean that we aren't paying down principal every year. We certainly are. And the board has been very aggressive about taking opportunities to pay off bonds early when you've done, in fact, you did so at the end of last year as well. So you have been doing that when the opportunity arises, but we don't have a big drop that we can kind of use to have a drop that would occur in debt service to help us keep that tax rate low until 2040. So we're actually just using this new issue based upon growth in tax base. State assistance. You are currently receiving some state assistance from the state on your debt, but we are projecting that to go away by next year. So it's not anything that we're projecting. The state considers you to be not property wealthy, but approaching that level where they no longer help fund these sorts of debt payments. And then the taxable assessed valuation of the district, that is the tax value of all the not-for-profit churches or business or schools, et cetera. Everything else is on the tax rolls in the district. That's the value of those buildings. And obviously, as everyone knows, that is increasing. Not only is it increasing through reappraisals, but it's also increasing through new growth. So there's a couple of factors there. So this chart here is the 10-year history that you're probably used to seeing of municipal bonds. Is the type of bonds that you sell, tax-exempt government bonds. You can see here on the far right-hand side, that's where we are today. Far left-hand side is 10 years ago. So just visually looking at it, you can see we're at a pretty low point in the market, but not as low as we have been. There's been a pretty good spike on the far right-hand side. I know it's small, but you can see that since the beginning of the year, we have started to see an increase in those interest rates as the Fed has basically said pretty clearly that they're going to start to increase rates. So that's been priced in for the most part. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when the Fed met, they actually had higher expectation of interest rate increases than what we were anticipating, so that immediately was priced in. So that's kind of where we're seeing part of that spike. So you now see that 84% of the time over the past 10 years, interest rates have been higher than they are today, which is still excellent. We got kind of spoiled because we're used to seeing that be, 98 to 99% of the time. But 84% of the time is still obviously a very good rate environment to be selling into. So your financing capacity with no tax increase, we looked at it a couple of different ways. You have a pretty significant fund balance that's through conservative budgeting, growth in the tax base of $6.5 million in the interest and sinking account that has to be used to pay back bonded debt service. It can't be transferred to M&O, it can't even pay for construction, it can only pay for voted debt service and voted debt. So as of last fiscal year, you had about $6.5 million. So because we don't want to let that grow, we want to spend it down, we want to spend it down in a smart manner to help kind of give you the most bang for the buck here. So by using a little over half of that, $3.75 million, you can afford with no tax increase, $170,725,000 with the May 22 bond election. And we'll talk about those assumptions and how we got there.
Can you go back to one point? Because I think those of us that have, had our board hats on, we understand this, but if there is a misconception in the public, and I think coming from you, it might help. There's people out there who, when they see the fund balance of $6.5 million, they'll say, well, why can't you use that money? Or why can't you use that money for salaries?
Right. It's just because it's those two pots of money. That's an excellent question. There's the M&O pot of money, and there's the maintenance and operations, which pays for salaries and construction. And then there's the INS or interest and sinking portion. We are not allowed to blend those two. That would be a violation of law. It would be big trouble for the district for you to do so. Not only under state law, but under IRS rules. This is tax exempt money that's been voted, and so when it becomes collected into the INS account through that INS portion of the tax rate, it becomes restricted by the IRS as well, and it can't be spent on anything except for bond debt. So we're not allowed to. We would love to. The only way to be able to touch that, and there have been some districts that's grown quite extensively, and they had smaller projects, and they do want to spend it for new construction. The only way to do that would be to have a separate election for that $6.4 million, where we go out and tell the voters, hey, we need $6.468 million in bonds. Can you vote it? And we're promising you we're not going to increase your tax rate, we're going to spend down the INS fund balance. So you can do it, but it's a lot of explanation. And by spending this 3.75, we're basically doing the same thing without being confusing and appearing that we're misleading everybody by having this special election where we spend this money down and can't use for anything else.
Okay.
So we're trying to get you to the same place by being able to use it for construction legally.
Jennifer, how do you accumulate money in the INS fund balance?
So
Where's
every
that come from?
every year you go through the budget process and you have to budget. The appraisal district is very strict about how you do it based upon how much money you think that you're going to collect. And then over time, you collect more than what you've anticipated. Maybe you budgeted for a 98% tax collection, and with penalties when people are late, they pay more than 98%. Maybe the collection's 102%, right, at the end of the day. That all grows over time and earns interest while it's sitting there. So over a period of 10 years, you may look around and go, oh, wow, we have a lot more than we thought we had. We never want to spend that all the way down because, quite frankly, things happen. You could have a flood, God forbid, that might come in here, and the appraisal district might decide in the middle of the year because there was so much property damage, we're going to reappraise and lower everyone's tax bill, and then you didn't collect the money that you budgeted for. So that's why we want to leave a little bit of cushion in there should something happen, so that we always have a little bit to fall back on. But we don't want it to get too large, but we also don't want to spend it willy-nilly, and just one year you lower the tax rate, and the next year you go 2 cents up because you lowered it 1 year. We want to use it smartly to make sure that if we can use it to pay off bonds early, for example. 1 year is nice, getting their tax rate lowered by a penny 1 year would be great, but it's better if we can actually pay off bonds early and have 20 years of savings all the way down. So every year with the CFO, we'll kind of go in and evaluate what's the best use of that money. For the taxpayers.
I've got a question. Working with a lot of districts like you do, and the fast growth districts, are there any fast growth districts that you work with that don't have debt?
No.
Everybody's running on a certain amount of debt.
And to be quite honest, I don't really work with any districts that don't have debt because I issue debt, right? So that's sort of my job. But there are some districts that I've worked with, that are stagnant growth, and they're starting to get to the point where they only have 1 or 2 bond issues outstanding,
Right.
but not a single fast growth district. No, I mean, because again, you don't have, even portables cost money, right? And so those would have to be paid for out of the M&O side of the budget, and that's extremely constrained in terms of salaries and everything else. So it's much more efficient from an operating perspective to pay for things out of the INS side of the budget, but it requires an election to do so. So there have been some districts who were unable to pass an election, that for whatever reason, the community, the voters don't want to pass it, but eventually they'll just, downsize, reconfigure whatever to get it passed, but I don't know of any fast growth districts in Texas that don't have that. We're a very debt-heavy state for school districts, because of the way the school financing program is structured.
And then another question, I see the chart here. We're the lowest of the fast growth districts that you put on here as far as our INS rate goes. I mean, we're over 10 cents below what the state
Yes.
would allow us to go to.
Right.
Are we about the lowest that you see on the INS as far as a, quote unquote fast growth district goes?
There are some extremely large districts that are probably in the 35-cent range, somewhere in there, because they have huge tax bases, even though they're.
They're not just a rooftop district, they have other things.
Yeah, exactly, extremely diverse, and even, in certain areas, we're seeing all these gigantic businesses that we won't name move in, right? So, all of those, they pay pretty good in the tax base, and then you start to get into the ones that are maybe Chapter 49, which is the old Robin Hood.
Mhm.
And they have programs where they try and keep the INS rate a little bit higher because they keep that money in district as opposed to sending it back to the state. So there's a lot of sort of workarounds and strategies of districts, but I don't know of too many fast growth districts that have tax rates below 40 cents on the INS side. I mean, I'm sure there's some, so I'm sure in the Metroplex or something there probably are some, but it's just, buildings have become extremely expensive. So the assumptions that we've used here is kind of want to go over this real quickly. We're using the net taxable values. We're taking out the frozen properties. Obviously, just as a reminder to everyone in the community, if you're over 65, your taxes are frozen. So regardless of what Belton ISD does this year calling an election, your taxes will not change. If you're over 65, the amount that you were paying when you became 65 to the school district is what you will keep paying until you either sell that property or move on. So, yes, sir.
All right, I have to ask when I think about it, I'll forget. So I called a couple of our local representatives, state representatives recently, and asked them, why do we need to put on the bond, like, let's just say we go up to 170 million and we're not gonna increase the INS, so the tax rate does not increase. By definition, it does not increase. Why do we have to put on the ballot that this will be a tax increase?
We had that conversation with another district today who called last week. It's simply the legislature put that language in last session to let taxpayers know that you do have the power to control their tax rate, and if our forecasts are wrong, we might be increasing their taxes, but I think it's more so just voter education. It's a state law requirement, so even in districts that are lowering the tax rate, there certainly are some who go out for an election, they're lowering it by a penny or two, they still have to have that language saying that it's a tax increase. So at the end of the day, it could be that for each individual, with their appraisals, they may be paying more individually than they were, even though the tax rate might be decreasing, so maybe that's how they justify it. But I'm certainly not an expert on how the legislature comes up with what they come up with.
I got no good answers.
Yeah.
Did they have a good answer?
They did not.
Okay. It's because they can, right?
Exactly. But I think that I spoke to another person who deals a lot in bonds, he's an attorney, and he said that over the last 12 years or so, that there's a very negative opinion in Austin about debt, just debt in general. So I think those are the folks that had this comment put on the ballot, just because they want to make it as hard as they can on districts to get bonds passed. That's just Ty Taggart's opinion, based on the conversations that I've had. So, in part of the education process that we're going to have, I think we need to explain that this isn't going to raise the INS, our tax rate will not increase, and the only way that your tax will go up will be if the mean tax guy from Bill County comes around, that none of us like. My property value, my house has skyrocketed over the last 6 years. That's the only way that you'll pay more taxes. But in essence, we could pass whatever the superintendent has recommended, and your tax rate will not go up.
And you're allowed to say that in the voter education materials, so on your website, if you have a brochure that goes out, you're allowed to say that your tax rate will not increase, despite what it says on the ballot language.
Right.
But on the ballot itself, you do have to have that, language, because that's what they put in the law.
one thing I will even say about appraisal values, just from, county appraisal district and stuff, they are also under some, they have parameters that they have to work within as well from the, comptroller. And so we have to be able to, they have guidance and directive that they have to follow through, and I believe it was the Salado area that was really out of whack with their appraisals in the past few years, even more so than the Belton area. So, there are parameters for everyone to consider in all of this. It's not just that the county appraisal district wants to raise our tax rates, it's, they have to live within a certain range as well, and, that's the game deal.
Something else would be interesting to maybe talk to, and I do talk to realtors all the time, but I think there was a perception 10, 12 years ago in the area. If you notice back in the day when you look in the classifieds, realtors would say BISD on their ad for house. So I've asked a couple of my realtor friends, does it still play like that today? And one of them said, if we build 900 houses in BISD this next year, they're all gonna sell, and we're gonna sell them all for over asking price. So I think the narrative of we're gonna build schools and it's gonna make your taxes go up, I think the narrative now is that so many people are moving to Texas, getting out of some of these states where they're sick of it. They're coming here, and they're not wanting to live in Austin or Round Rock, even though they may be working there. They wanna live in Gerald, Salado, Belton Academy, Troy. So I think that narrative's changed a little bit. We're playing by different rules. Even things that we thought we had the perception of 5 years ago. The rules are changing a little bit on how our property values are going up and how the schools really, in Belton, at one time, I think it may be there was a correlation here.
Absolutely.
I have a couple of questions. And looking at the assumption slide, would you agree that the assumptions you made are fairly conservative, right?
Yeah, so we haven't mentioned it, but I mean, for example, we're using 7.5% growth in the AV for the next 3 years, 5% for 3 years, and 3% thereafter. You grew 15% this year, right? So we immediately cut it by half.
Okay.
So we are being conservative, yes, sir.
Yeah, going to the bottom, it says assuming falling interest rates, 3.39%. If you're talking about 5 different increases by the Fed even this year, if that were to occur, I mean, what would that do to the district if there was a bond and it passed? What would that do to the debt?
So we're hoping that by being conservative on this, because when the 339, we first plugged that in there, that was 50 basis points over market, and now it's maybe 20 basis points over market. So we're getting closer to that. So we're hopeful that because we're conservative in other areas, we can kind of make up for it one way or the other. You know, interest rates in July are going to be higher, but every time the Fed will make those statements, it immediately sort of gets priced into the interest rate. This time, a few months ago, we were expecting 0.75% increase overall in the tax rate this year. Now it's north of 1%. So we still have some room to work in there. You know, my hope is, quite frankly, we're assuming a 30-year term, that we grow by more than the 7.5% that we anticipated, and we're actually able to shorten this from 30 years to 25 years or even less, and kind of work out, you know, not the longest point of the yield curve, maybe get a little shorter in the yield curve to lower that interest rate and also pay off the debt earlier, quite frankly. So we'll work on that a little bit closer to it, but it's not great, and probably the bigger risk would be that if we don't call an election for May, we wait until November of this year, or maybe even May of next year, we're going to be seeing most likely much higher interest rates that'll kind of bust this out of the water. But we do plan conservatively for those exact reasons.
Right.
We can't project everything that's going to happen. So we want to make sure that we're still, lots of things go wrong, we can still deliver on what we told the voters. Okay, so a couple of different things. If we didn't use that $3.75 million of fund balance that we mentioned, the capacity would be about $98 million, so just under $100 million. So that 3.75, when we say, hey, let's use the INS fund balance for the most bang for the buck, you're getting a lot of bang for the buck by being able to use that. It kind of gets you through some of the lower points of growth until we can have a higher growth in the tax base. This is assuming one issue. And typically, when Belton is called a bond, you've sold it in 2 or more phases or tranches. You can go out and ask the voters for anything you want. If you can't afford it, you don't issue it. But we could do more if we were to sell, half of it now, half of it in 2 years, because the tax base is growing. So we just ran kind of a generic one. If we were going to phase this into 2 separate phases of $100 million, we could easily afford $200 million without a tax increase. This is the chart that you referenced a second ago. Here's some other fast growth districts. around the area, you can see that obviously on this one, Belton's pretty much on the low end of it. A lot of them are hanging out at 50 cents there because, you know, they're trying to maximize the amount of money they get for new construction. So on this future capacity, and I know that this is not a one and done for Belton. Kids haven't stopped moving here. So whatever happens, you're probably gonna have future growth needs at some point in the future. So because we're not talking about a tax increase, which we have done the last several election phases, you will immediately have capacity. I'm not saying you're gonna go out for a bond election next year, but you do have capacity should there be additional projects that come up. You still have 10 cents under the state cap of 50 cents. And then the goal here would be to structure this issue to allow for future growth. And so if we can, like I said, pay this off sooner than 30 years, maybe 20 years or 25 years, to go ahead and do that upfront, be good stewards of the taxpayer money, as well as allowing for future capacity by paying it off sooner. As a reminder there, the board has always been good stewards of taxpayer dollars by paying off bonds early when you can. You refinance debt when the interest rates have dropped, which we just did. And you also then use that money to simply defease or pay off bonds early as the opportunity arises. So you've always been able to do that and save the taxpayers, you know, quite frankly, tens of millions of dollars by doing it that way. So additional considerations here, this is all, again, future. These are all assumptions are conservative, but, you know, as conservative as we can be. There's been a question, I know, from the bond committee itself, facilities committee, about shorter lived projects. If you're funding technology or transportation, those don't have a useful life of 30 years, so why would we be putting that into a 30-year bond? They are routinely included in longer bonds simply because every time we sell a bond, there's additional issuance costs that are associated with that. You have to get a bond rating, you have to pay an underwriter. So it doesn't, you know, it doesn't serve the district's taxpayers to issue one bond of 10 years, one bond of 30 years. That would be more cost prohibitive. So what we can do is we can issue one bond for 30 years and have a separate purpose that would have a shorter useful life. So 5 years for technology, 10 years for buses. Those can all be within the same bond package, but they would be amortized over their useful life. And actually that is a requirement of the IRS anyway, is to amortize those projects over their useful life. So I did want to point that out, that you won't be selling 30-year bonds for technology or things that won't last 30 years. And then one other point here is that in May, the legislature, and I think the third special session, did pass property tax relief, which would allow to go on the ballot. Homeowners are being asked if they want to increase the homestead exemption for school taxes from $25,000 to $40,000, which will be an immediate tax cut to homeowners should that pass. It goes into effect actually in September of last year, should it pass. So that'll be an immediate tax cut. So at the same time that they are considering potentially a new bond election, they'll also be considering an increase in that homestead exemption, which would equate to a tax cut for a lot of people. So I've got supporting charts in here. I know it's tiny and we're not going to go over that, but if anybody has questions, we certainly can go over it.
Jennifer, real quickly, how might that homestead exemption change impact Belton ISD in your estimation?
So it will, Belton ISD is actually one of the districts that when we first heard about this, we were like, you guys have a lot of rooftops.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it's very helpful that we've been conservative in the growth assumptions because it will be felt. Now I will say that there's a hold harmless for bonds that were sold prior to September 1 of 2021. So it won't impact any of your existing debt. It'll just be this new issue. So going forward, I don't think we'll see a huge impact. 10 years from now, it'll be something that we'll probably have to consider. But for the time being, there will be a minimal impact. It's very difficult yet because the state hasn't said how they're going to handle any of that. We can't model it at this point in time, so we're just knowing there will be an impact. But because we've been conservative on the growth assumption, we feel like that's probably pretty easily handled. So it's always so exciting. Everyone has a lot of questions.
I feel like I've used up my question.
Well, I would encourage you, so Jennifer does have to go to another district to present tonight as well, so if there are questions that y'all have.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Jennifer, under what scenario would there be a tax rate, assuming, notwithstanding the passage of a bond, under what scenario would the tax rate drop? And if there is a scenario like that, what's the likelihood of that happening?
So if you issue bonds, it's difficult to have the tax rate drop.
Right.
If you do not issue bonds, the tax rate will naturally start to drop, right?
Right.
Because we have that growth coming. So you know, you're not able to hold up the tax rate without paying off. You could pay off bonds every year, right? We don't have any callable debt that you can structure it to pay it off early. But as that growth comes online, this is kind of really your opportunity to be able to borrow without a tax increase, because the alternative would be you probably have to start lowering that IRS tax rate.
And the reason I ask that is if you've got this much growth in the area, you know, got new rooftops coming in all the time, would that impact, or that have some, would that play a factor in lowering the tax rate?
Absolutely, yeah, it's purely, it's very conceivable that we go out and we, whatever number y'all decide to choose next week, if we decide to do anything, that, you know, we say, hey, there's gonna be no tax increase, and then we're talking about this a year from now, when values have come in over what we anticipated, that we're now in a position where we sold the bonds, and we may still lower it. You know, that's certainly possible if there's no future needs coming in that you need to piggyback on. So if Belton ISD, with this growth in the tax base, does not issue additional bonds, you will be in a position fairly soon to start lowering the tax rate. But then, you know, of course, once you lower it, you start to become extremely low for a fast growth district, and it's you know, any bond that you pass a few years after that becomes a much larger tax increase.
I'm with you, thank you.
I have one quick question. So a while ago, you mentioned that Texas is debt heavy for schools. Can you talk a little bit about our school? Are we considered, I don't know if this is the right word, but are we, our amount of debt, is it considered comparable to our districts, or is it, you know, I don't know if I'm wording that correctly,
No,
but I know there was
understand.
concern about the amount of debt that we already have, and here we are gonna ask for more. Because I thought that was really interesting when you mentioned that Texas is typically debt heavy for our schools. So where does that leave us as far as where we're at?
So Belton ISD is currently rated AA- by Standard & Poor's. If we were to talk about bond ratings, it's AAA being the highest, AA+, AA, AA-, and then down to single A's, and then down to B's, right? So you have a very strong investment grade rating. For a district of your size is actually quite high. So do the rating agencies think that Belton ISD has a high amount of debt? Yeah, they do, because they think all Texas school districts who are fast growth have a high amount of debt. So the alternative would be, if we were to say, well, let's try and maybe not issue bonds for a couple of years and see if that helps the bond rating, see if that helps it get us to a smaller level. You could do that. That would also be a credit negative, because at that point you're not funding growth, and at some point, you know, you're spending money on portables, and you're gonna have to come back in a few years, and you still have to, I mean, you have a requirement, it's a law that you house children who want to attend school, right? So you can't avoid it one way or the other. You gotta do it, and there's no free way to do it. So if you were to put off or defer that sort of construction phase, that would also be a credit negative. So there's no good answer in Texas. If you read the rating agency's reports on the sector of public education in Texas, it's all very clear that this is your only method for funding schools, but that's reflected in the fact that you do have such a strong bond rating that they don't view that as worrisome. And especially too, when you balance that against your tax rate. So if you had this level of debt and you were at 50 cents and we really couldn't do anything else because you were capped out, that would be a little bit of a concern as well. But given that you do have that room should you need it, to me that is a positive reflection of the district.
Could we drop below an A minus?
A double minus.
A double A minus, can we drop below that by issuing
I mean,
A bonds?
you always could drop below. I can't say
Right, no.
that you're
Understand.
not in any concern given the metrics of the district. I don't have any concern. And especially for a bond election potentially of this size, I know this sounds strange probably to the people listening in the room, but this is not a large issue that you're considering for a district of your size. This is not. I mean, we called the bond election last Tuesday for a high school in the Austin area. High schools are now $225 million. I mean, a lot more than they were when you guys called a couple of years ago. So everything has become so expensive that this would not be considered a large election necessarily for a district of your size. So I'm not concerned that you're going to drop to the A+ level. Not with this
I
data.
think that's a good perspective to have. It's hard to imagine because we're all struggling with sticker shock on a lot of things, I think, in this world right now. But a district that's about half of our size right now, that's a fast growth school district, just passed a bond election of about $500 million. So I don't, you know, to try and answer your question, well, Jennifer's talked about our current, her current view of us as a school district, and are we debt heavy or not? And even what we're proposing to you is quite a bit lower than a lot of other districts that are fast growing are. This dollar amount is a high dollar amount, we understand that for the community, but in perspective of looking at other fast-growing school districts, we really tried to focus in on need and make sure that it was really focused in on need, so you don't see the larger dollar amount.
I want to go back to something Ty raised earlier about the legislature now requiring on the ballot that this will be a tax increase. You mentioned something when you and Ty were having that discussion about us being able to indicate somewhere else that that's not the facts, or that's not a fact, but something different. Is that right? Did you elaborate on that?
Right, so okay, once you call the election, district funds cannot be spent on what would be considered advocacy. And so advocacy is a very difficult term to define, so the State Ethics Commission is pretty difficult on what they would call advocacy. But you are always allowed, since you're calling an election and people want to know why, to say what you're calling the election for. And so the district can provide educational materials. So in those educational materials, we expand upon what's in the ballot language itself, because that's not very helpful on the website, for example, of the district. You talk about what you're doing, and when you talk about what you're doing, you're also allowed to discuss the tax impact. In this case, yes, the ballot language says such a tax increase, we know that's not true. So we can go into detail there that there's not expected to be any increase in the INS tax rate. So you're allowed to say that. There's no reason why you can't. So you can do it in the brochure. You can put in educational materials on the website. If there's a tax at forms, they're certainly allowed to say whatever they want. There is a tax in terms of advocacy on that side. You all control that. But you are allowed to say it in other spaces because it's simply educational, right? So you don't have to be restricted to just what's on the ballot. People want to know what they're voting for. And that would also be a place where you talk about specific projects and, everything that you actually intend to fund.
Right.
So just additional voter education material. So absolutely, when and if you all decide to call, I would imagine there might be a press release, and that press release you're able to state that there's not intended to be a tax increase, that the government is holding the tax rate flat at 39 cents.
Other questions for Jennifer?
Just one clarification, and then because I know you have to move on, but something you said, I think we need to make sure that the public understands, because I think there is a perception out there that if things go bad, we don't pass it, we just get portables. Well, portables aren't put on bonds, like you said, they come out of the M&O.
Yeah.
And the last few years, there it is, our M&O, which we do not control. We set the rate, but we really don't, because the state and TEA says this is gonna be your rate, and we say, this is the rate, which is the big bucket of money that we do not control at all. But if we have to start pulling money out of M&O in order to pay for portables, the raises, the things that we've done for teachers, being able to hire new teachers, that goes away. I mean, it's, again, the two buckets of money, like you said. Over here is construction, entrance and sinking, that we can control on the bond side. We don't control the M&O, but that is where we pay our teachers from, that's where we pay our staff. Everything comes out of there. If we start buying portables, we're not gonna have the money to do any more with the salaries.
And how much have we spent, Mike, in the last 3 years on portables at Chisholm? We've added 6. How many we put over there?
Yeah, six.
And how much have we spent?
6, generally what we're seeing right now, discounting furniture to have it, to purchase, delivery, hook it up to the utilities and everything else is around $190,000 per portable, and then we have to furnish it with teacher and student furniture after that point.
And so that's 190, and to be clear on that, that's 190,000 for 2 classrooms. So
Yes,
the
for 2
typical portable
classrooms,
is
per
2
portable.
classrooms.
Right. Multiply that by 6.
Yep.
That tells you what we spent out of the M&O, and we can't get it over here.
And I think that's a really good point to bring up on all of this. 84% of that M&O budget currently goes to salaries and benefits for employees in the school district. That leaves 16% for other costs in the school district, paying utility bills, buying portables, buying supplies for the classroom, things like that. So that M&O budget in a fast-growth school district is really, really tight.
Right.
And it's important to, some people ask the question, why can't you just buy your own portables or build new schools with your own money? You get money from the state. We don't set that M&O rate, TEA sets that now, the board approves that, by law in every August. And then, we live within those means, and then we go forward and we come to the public for INS, tax discussions for future work.
Right. Something else I was explaining to somebody recently was, when you add 6 portables at Chisholm, that campus was built for 792 students. And that's max when we built it. Well, now we're way over that. So it affects lunches, it affects PE, it affects music.
Always.
Parent drop-off.
Parent
Drop-off,
drop-off,
traffic,
yeah.
those types of things.
Yeah.
So it's not just having the portables that, it's not a big, we're not big fans of that, but it also affects the effectiveness of the schools,
Absolutely.
how they're functioning.
Yep, I think that's an important one. I think we talked a little bit about that in elementary design this year when we went through a design process to talk about the size of the school. There's some benefit of schools that are about 800 students because teachers, principal, administrators can know families. You have efficiency of your getting people in and out. You have the ability to make sure that your core facilities stay a certain size and that you can serve kids. Those lunch lines aren't super long. As I've shared with you all before, I had an experience with my own daughter where she went to an elementary school with 1,100 kids, and she was eating breakfast at 10:20 in the morning every morning. Why? Because they have so many kids, you gotta adjust all your lunch schedules and stuff, and their core facilities couldn't take the bigger lunch sizes. I think there's one of the things that has been strong in Belton ISD in the past, and I believe it's strong moving forward, is this neighborhood concept of families believing and knowing that the administrators and the teachers are there to serve their kids and they know their kids well. And I think when you get to certain sizes, you lose that ability to know the students and the families well.
Going back to that M&O tax rate, just what you said, Jeff. So if this is presented to the voters and the voters say yes, and of course the INS is going to stay the same, but the state decides to change the maintenance operation tax rate, which we don't set. They tell us, here's your number.
And then we say.
And then it's just a ministerial act, we just approve it, right?
Mhm.
So we don't have any discretion in that. So if they change that, then obviously that could, but we have no control of that,
Mhm.
right? And just for purposes of the public, how often has the M&O tax rate changed?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay.
So those are our current tax rates.
Right here.
And then you can see, there's our history from 2010 on to current tax rate. You see the gold bar at the bottom is the M&O tax rate, and you see that since 2018 that has gone down, so that has been reduced along the way. And you also see since that time that the INS tax rate has gone down as well a little bit. So you see what the rates are that the taxpayers in Belton ISD are paying.
Can I ask a hypothetical related to slide 16 before Jennifer gets that in? So this is essentially the slide with the capacity and the tax rates, all that stuff, right? So hypothetically, like if we went from 39 and change to 38 and change, right, and a penny came off, right? Like what would that do to our hypothetical capacity there, right? In like the second bullet, like if we use 3.75 million, to pay that down in advance, what would our capacity be if we came down a penny, and what would be the consequence of that?
We ran it, and you can certainly afford, probably 150 million, something like that, for the 1 penny decrease.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that we get into is that to be able to decrease that tax rate by a penny, we kind of have to start backloading the debt a little bit in terms of the principal,
Mm-hmm.
which we can certainly do. It's not egregious. But what it does do is potentially impact some of your future capacity. It makes it a little bit more difficult to afford, 2-4 years from now, additional bond packages. Not saying you can't do it if that's the goal of the board, and you say, hey, Jennifer, we really want a little bit by a penny, we'll figure out a way to get there. It won't be 170 million, but we'll figure out a way to get there. But, every action is kind of like domino.
Well, yeah, there's consequences for sure.
Future.
So when you say backload the debt, right, so that's essentially not, instead of being able to pay it off in 25, like, is that what you're talking about? or-
Well, so every debt we're gonna pay off, even this one is considered 30 years. If we
Yeah.
can shorten that to 25 years, we will. Most of the bond issues that we sold have been 25 years, some of them have been 30-year range.
Mhm.
But when I say backloaded debt, I mean typically, a level debt structure would be, not to get too technical, but sort of like a mortgage. Your payment every year is exactly the same.
Right.
So when we're backloading it, we backload it anyway for a variety of reasons. One, because you don't have a debt drop in principal occurring until 2040, we're gonna backload it a little bit to 2040 anyway, just to relieve the taxpayers from having to double up on their
Gotcha.
payments.
Okay.
So we're backloading it a little bit anyway, but we would backload it even more.
Okay.
And what I mean when I say that is that we're deferring principal, so we're still paying interest, we have to pay the bondholders regardless, but we're not paying as much principal until,
Gotcha.
maybe the last 10 years. So ultimately what that does is it increases the interest rate and it increases the overall interest expense. So the taxpayers are maybe paying, $10 million more in
they're paying
terms of
more
debt
for it.
service.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
That's
And
correct.
if I'm not mistaken, the other thing that would do, although in theory it sounds great, looking at the slide, whatever number this is, we do start to, with your growth assumptions that are very conservative, we start to free up capacity in the next few years for future growth where we could pass bonds, again, maybe be in a situation to pass a bond to build new schools without raising tax rates again. But if you go decreasing the tax now, that's gonna go away, that's gonna get pushed out because we're not gonna free up that capacity.
Exactly. Or, maybe we could have done something in 5 years without a tax increase again.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, now the 5 years is 3 or 4 pennies,
Right.
that type of thing. So you're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, one way or the other.
Right.
But yes, everything that we do will kind of impact future capacity, and it'll impact the total expense to the taxpayer in terms of the interest expense that they're paying.
And I think that what was the last report that we saw, we have, and I know y'all's assumptions in here, but we know we have steady growth up until at least 2030 something. But to build out, and we will build out, they've already shown us that we will build out at some point. We're nowhere near that right now, and if we keep rolling the way that we are, this is every 2 to 3 years, we have to build campuses, there's no way around it.
I think, so we had Mike do a check-in with Bob Templeton from our demographer, and we didn't put their presentation in here. They're gonna be here giving you the spring update in March, and they gave us the fall update, which, hasn't changed a whole lot since, I guess it was November that they gave to us. Mike, do you wanna comment on Bob's take and all on, is our district gonna slow down in growth at all, anything like that?
I will. We just touched base to see as they're processing that data and taking what they've learned since our fall update. Is our housing market still strong? And he said extremely. Is our growth rate staying consistent? He said by all appearances it's staying as consistent or even accelerating. So kind of the number that we've been operating under is about a 3,100 student increase over the next 5 years. And he said that's a confident number if it won't go above that number. So we will get a full report next month. And that will come to the facilities committee and then to the full board. And we just wanted to check with him that any assumptions we made based off the fall report were still accurate. And he said not only are they accurate, we're holding as strong as we were and maybe even increasing a little bit more.
And I share that because, again, a whole lot of things changed, but our growth hasn't changed. And so 3,100 kids in the next 5 years is a whole lot of kids. And by the end of the decade, looking at 19,000-ish kids in the school district, we have to plan for growth somehow.
Right. And that's what has been so hard to explain to folks, because when they turn on the TV, they hear about the pandemic and how it's affected all these things. So many people are homeschooling their kids for whatever reason, whatever. So you see most districts' populations have decreased over the last 2 years because of the pandemic, where we compensated for the decrease and we grew by 733 kids last year. That's almost, it's hard to kind of.
That's a new elementary school.
It's really kind of hard to fathom that we grew that much in a global pandemic.
And, I've been trying to think about how to explain this to some questions that I've gotten. Imagine if you have a certain size house and during that pandemic, you had a bunch of family members that decided to move in with you. What would you do if you had 10, if you had 20? You would have to figure out ways to accommodate them along the way, and most likely, if it's a long-term situation, which the houses being built are a long-term situation for us, you have to talk about expanding your footprint as a house, or in our case, as a school district eventually.
One other thing that she might be able to help us with, looking at the list that you compiled, the 168, I see there's almost 12 million in MEP, roofing, some of those things, there's busing, technologies. The fact that we put that in our bond and the technology busing, we're gonna be able to amortize that hardware. in a shorter term for those two things. But is that gonna help us with our M&O over the next few years? And the reason I'm asking that is because one thing that the media does get right, which they don't get much right, is that there's a teacher shortage. And we're experiencing it in the area. So some of these districts that we compete against for hiring are gonna have to start paying positions higher. We're gonna need to find a few percentage points in our M&O moving forward. Is that what, that's gonna help us with this, correct?
Absolutely. So from superintendent point of view, and if Jennifer wants to comment from financial advisor point of view, more than welcome. With 84% that are currently tied up in salaries and benefits right now, as we talk about adding teachers and staying competitive to pay our teachers, our classroom instructional aides, our school nutrition staff, our bus drivers, we have to have the ability to use those M&O dollars to do that. And it's going to get tighter and tighter as salaries continue to go up, and as you said, there's a shortage right now. Districts have made no bones about it. They are increasing pay, and I'm always being for increasing staff pay, but we have to have some place to take it from. The only way that we can really do that is to figure out how to free up some of those M&O dollars. The examples you gave, like school buses, is a good example. You can pay for school buses out of M&O dollars, or you could include them in a bond proposition and pay for them out of the INS side. By paying for them out of the INS side, that can free up that money so that you can pay the staff.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's very innovative and a smart approach to be able to make the most that you can out of the dollars you have.
Any other questions for Jennifer?
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
All right, Jeff, you're in charge.
Mr. President, would it be okay if we took a 5-minute recess?
Sure.
Is that all right? And then we can come on back together.
6:31, we'll take a recess till 6. We're back in. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but since I have the floor, I'll go ahead and say it. So I was late because of the Belton Livestock Show. Our admin got to come out there today and see our kids. I don't remember the exact number. I think we had 20 kids there participating in the swine part today. Been there through the cold, been there through some miserable days. This is the single biggest day Belton FFA has ever had as far as swines go. The number of kids that participated and the number that made sale. I think we had 2 kids out of 20 who didn't make. Everyone else made sale. So happy bunch of kids going back to the barn. That is why we do what we do. Now, with that, I'll let y'all start back where we were.
Excellent. And it was, talking about whole education, so I told you, I grew up between cows and cornfields where my high school was, but I didn't show pigs and stuff. And so I'm walking in, and that whole discussion today of what you look for when they're showing, that was fascinating. And I am definitely a novice, we'll put it that way, but our kids were doing great.
They did great.
So we are going to hit these again real quickly. Dr. Golden, is there anything else to point out on these 3 slides that we had? You were going to cover these, but we kind of hit them with questions. You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does everybody, and I'm asking this, I know most of us do, but go back to the M&O bucket, and I think this is important, it's important for our public to understand, is that the largest part of the taxes that our public pays, we have absolutely no control over. None at all. The state of Texas TEA says this is the M&O rate. They don't say it for Belton either. Matthew, Manuel and I were talking about this. They say it to everybody. This is your M&O rate. And here's the situation that we're in. We're in a rooftop community. We don't have Dell or Exxon or some big company that's literally writing checks that doesn't faze them. So what that happens is, and I've talked to other fast growth school districts that are in these places with this, and in the crunch that it puts on us. So in those districts, their M&O, because people are like, well, their M&O rate's the exact same. Well, what seems to be the problem? Well, they can pass bonds so easily because the homeowner is not feeling it in those communities. So they've been putting their technology, their maintenance, their buses, all the stuff that we've had to absorb in our M&O, that's in their INS rate. So they're able to pay their teachers more. They have more freedom there. We don't have Exxon. We don't have any of these big companies that are just writing checks. There was one I read an article about this weekend that it was one of the petrochemical companies. I don't remember which one, but basically they have an agreed value with the school district that says, hey, y'all aren't going to appraise us because we know what we're really worth. And we're just gonna write y'all a big check every year, and y'all, great, we don't have it. So, you know, that is the reason when people hear it, it's so confusing that, well, Belton gets the same amount of money as everybody else. Yeah, but we're having to spend money on other things that other school districts don't have to. So,
I use the Taylor ISD as an example. Taylor is a small school district. I think there are about 3,000 students if I'm not mistaken right now, maybe not even that. But with Samsung going in, they reached one of those agreements. And basically, one of the things that Samsung is doing is building them a new CTE facility or a small school that is only focused on programming and computer maintenance and things like that that might feed into future jobs in Samsung. So they're gonna build that school for the school district as part of that agreement. To your point, we don't have that moving into our school district right now. And in fact, we have far fewer businesses in commercial properties, industrial properties, than you see a lot of our counterparts. We compare ourselves to Georgetown ISD, which about student population and socioeconomic status in the school district, we're very close to Georgetown ISD. They're almost a mirror of us. We're growing a little faster than they are right now, I believe. But they have far more industrial property in their school district than we do. And so I think it's important to keep that context in mind. We have a lot of rooftops. You know, that's a great thing. I think it's what made Belton a strong school district in the past, but it also impacts how we talk about tax rates in the schools.
You know, something, two things real quick. One, what was the average house in our district now? 231, something like that is what the last demographic report said. So 231,000 based on the tax rate. We don't even get close to the 8,500 to 9,000 per kid that it costs to educate kids. That's one thing to consider. And then the other thing that makes Belton unique is that 50% or so of our kids live north of the river. And a lot of that is in Temple. I know Morgan's Point has quite a few, but a lot of that is in Temple. Well, Temple has a huge industrial park. They're getting all these big, huge companies coming in all the time. You see in the paper. Well, people are coming to work in Temple. Most of the time they buy in West Temple, which is BISD. So they're getting all the tax breaks and all the tax stuff over there for the businesses, their city and their school. We're getting the rooftop.
Yep.
So it makes our district kind of unique in the fact that we're educating a huge percentage of our kids in another city that does have those industries and those big companies moving in all the time, and we're just not. So it kind of makes the numbers seem a little off.
You know, I think a lot of people get confused too when you talk about Belton ISD and what that encompasses, and they think it's only the city of Belton. But to your point, with 200 square miles, we cover a whole lot of area that isn't just in the city of Belton, that is in the city of Temple as well. So we do have a lot of residents that live in that city, that work in that city, but we don't have the industrial parks that the city of Temple has, and so our tax rate is different than than Temple has these days. So, we have had a whole lot of background information, and we've gone through a presentation from Matt Gamble on the survey. We have gone through Jennifer Ritter in financial information. We obviously used the board, and our bond exploration committee went through demographer projections, and I think we're all familiar with that. We can pull that up if we need to sometime. But now is the point where we start talking about, everybody knows the current situation that we're in, and now we're gonna get into the proposed recommendations that we have here for a potential bond package and really start to dive into this in depth. I shared this with you all at our last board meeting, and I think it's been very important for us to keep this in context. We have needs in our school district, and I'm proud of the work that the Bond Exploration Committee did. And we're gonna talk a little bit about how those recommendations played out and what the superintendent's recommendations were. As leader of the school district, it's my job to make sure I'm recommending good things to you. So we'll talk a little bit about why for each of these projects. But I also want to point out this slide up here. It is really important to not only plan for the immediate future, but the long-term future for Belton ISD. We want to make sure that we're taking care of our current facilities and also addressing the long-term needs. As we continue to grow, when you take a look at that chart and we get to 2027 to 2032, that block of time, we very well might have to consider building another high school in that block of time, depending how fast we grow. As you just heard, new high schools can run anywhere from 225 million right now, which is a whole lot more than our previous high school was. We also would have to consider building additional elementary schools. We would also have to consider building a middle school. We would also have to consider major repairs, renovations to existing facilities that we currently have in the school district. I say that because I want to make sure that we go into this potential bond package realizing what our current needs are, but also not losing sight of, if we don't address some of those needs now, they're gonna catch up with us eventually. And I think that's important for us to keep in the back of our minds as well. It's not like we can put this off for 4 years and some of these challenges will just go away. They are real challenges for us right now, and they're gonna continue to be challenges for us moving forward.
You know, looking at the last demographer's report, they said that when we do get to build out, which I think is gonna happen sooner than later, the capacity of where we are gonna get to go with our build out BISD, I think it was 19 elementaries, what was it, 6 or 7 middle schools, 3 high schools. So if we just say, well, we're just gonna take the time out, or like what Jennifer said, in the long run, that's not really the best, just my humble opinion, that's not the best way to move forward, knowing what's happening. And I remember years ago when this thing first got started, I was talking about, went to a PTA meeting one night, Eric Hagelberg was one of our assistant superintendents at that time, talking about a 10-year range, and we were all laughing at him. We were literally laughing, because we were still of the old Belton mindset. We weren't really embracing we're fixing to be big time. We were still, yeah, whatever, you know, and it exceeded all expectations as to how fast we were gonna grow. So whenever the demographers come to us now, I don't laugh anymore.
Right.
It's not funny. It's an awesome opportunity for us to be able to impact more students, but it's not funny anymore. And now that we're gonna kind of drill down into some of these things, if you don't mind, I wanna go ahead and talk about one of them. Because buildings is one thing. Where we're gonna put them is a whole other thing people don't talk about. And if anybody was to spend any time, an hour of their precious time, to go in and look at how hard it is to find property these days, they would say, we're already behind in the property game. We're already behind. And to me, looking at a number of 2 million, let's say that the folks that we have that are out there looking for us find some property for us, and we only have 2 million sitting there. What is it going for nowadays? $3.50 a foot, basically? We don't have enough money to do much. I think right there on the recommendation, I think we need to be somewhere in the 7-8 million range, to where if there is potential properties, which we're gonna find some, we're gonna have to pay for them. That's another huge concern that I think that all the time is, yes, growth is happening, and yes, we're gonna need facilities, but where we're gonna put them is a big problem right now.
I can tell you, just with the changing landscape around bonds and where we are right now, it's a concern of mine too. And the reason I say it like that is, initially when I proposed this to you in January, I said we would set aside $2 million. We know that's not going to cover all of our land needs, but we would set aside $2 million, and then we would use bond savings to address other needs in that dollar amount. I think what you just said about $3.50 a square foot, I think Mike Morgan can comment a little bit on that, because he's been doing some research on this. I think I undershot that right from the start. And I think that's one that we have to consider as a team of 8 here, about how to set us up best moving forward, because I think we are in a challenging situation in finding property and securing that property. And if we don't have the dollars to do it, we're gonna be shooting ourselves in the foot. Mike, do you wanna talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I will. Putting information together on project pricing was kind of tough, because things are escalating quickly. Jennifer mentioned it tonight. We've asked some of our partners that we've worked with currently and in the past to be here tonight and hopefully give some context, if y'all need it, on some project pricing. But in particular, land costs, we're seeing the same type of escalation that construction costs are seeing as well. And, there's several factors that kind of impact that. It's all driven by population growth and housing market here. So when you have lots of people moving to an area, and when you have lots of people buying houses in an area, that's not only gonna drive your residential market, but it's gonna drive your commercial market as well, because you're gonna have people that land's in hot demand. So it's in our area as well, what we've found, and really, as we've really kind of intensified looking in the last year at strategically where our schools of the future need to be, and those sorts of things, it's driven by property that has utilities as well. So there are some areas in our school district that have pretty, that already have, wastewater and power and water, and some areas natural gas, some areas only electric, and then there's some areas that not only is there no wastewater, it's kind of the big one, but there's not gonna be wastewater there for several years. And so, the things that we've kind of looked at with land is there is a lot of variance in pricing. We're not seeing a stabilization of that. We're seeing pricing increases that kind of mirror other markets. And then if you do have to look at, looking at undeveloped land, you're only gonna drive your costs up even greater by the time that you have to partner to bring those utilities and things in. So, it's something, we have been fortunate that, we did have some planning in the past, and we do have some current properties that are going to be available for use. We were able to use some remaining bond funds to find a nice 61-acre tract that will be very versatile for the district moving forward, that we're under contract for right now. And so we're fortunate that we've had the resources to do that. But we do know, as we plan for this bond, and as we looked at what our immediate needs are, and as we study the demographer's report, we do know that elementaries, 14 and 15, middle school 5 are kind of looming on the horizon. And we also studied things like our transportation department is growing rapidly as we have to add fleet to accommodate the students that are moving in every year. And so at some point in time, we're probably gonna need to look at an expansion or a satellite facility for things like transportation department, potentially warehouse staff, and things like that at some point. So, yeah, we do know that land's important, and we have seen the same type of escalation in pricing and land costs that we've seen in project pricing and construction, total project costs as well. So, like I say, I'd love to have this talk, and we'd have Jim Bowles here from Summit Capitals here as well, and if there's questions that either of us or Matt can answer, we're available to talk plans.
That was just my 2 cents. I don't think 2's enough at this point. If we're able to luck upon a couple more properties, we're at 15-ish acres for elementaries, 40 for a middle school? Is that about right? And then 100 for a high school. Looking down the road 12 years, we're gonna have to do some of those things too. And we're not set right now, property-wise. I know I loosely put a lot of facility stuff, that's my thing. But I think about that all the time is, we need the buildings, but man, where are we gonna put it?
Yeah.
And Mike from Huckabee told us a couple meetings ago that we're increasing 2% a month on average on new construction costs. And I think that was the thing that the bond committee, we had a couple of meetings where when we started throwing the numbers out there, I think we saw some head spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last elementary we built was 20 million, now we're at 40, and people were like, wait a minute, time out. Well, unfortunately, that's where we're at with construction costs in today's. And the thing that you probably won't see, and Jared and Mike could address this, they're not gonna redact the pricing.
Mm-hmm.
When it hits a certain level, they're not coming back, are they, on most things?
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
I think I think everybody has sticker shock over a lot of things right now, whether it's in your grocery bill or whether it's looking at buying land or buying a house in the school district. I think we're all in a little bit of sticker shock in a lot of ways. The cost for building schools, a couple of things, and Mike and Jim and anybody can weigh in on this. I think planning as thoughtfully as we can to create a building design that met the needs of teachers and students was our first goal in that elementary design. So to directly address elementary 12 and 13's construction costs, yes, they're high. It wasn't about building a Taj Mahal. It was about adding additional square feet based on teacher input. It was about making sure it was a functional design, and it was about rising costs. So I believe our new elementary design adds some square footage based on what teachers said that they needed in this process, but also those rising costs were a big contributor. Mike, you want to say anything more about that?
Yeah, and so when we talk about project pricing, and it's much more than just construction costs too. It's all the other things that go along with that. But in the research we've done and in talking with guys that have been doing this for a long time, you know, typically this I-35 corridor has seen around a 6% increase a year, and that's more than doubled in the last 12 months. And really, this trend kind of started even before that. But it's you know, it's driven by supply issues, whether that be from the demand of the amount of just structures that are being built in this area right now, whether it be from the impact, the disruption caused by COVID shutdowns and things like that of that nature as well. Also, a booming, not only a booming residential, but in this part of Texas, you're seeing a booming residential and a booming commercial market, and that stresses things like steel and concrete and insulation and roofing materials and plumbing and electrical supplies and appliances and those types of things as well. You know, we used a variety of sources to price the projects that we took to our bond exploration committee. Some we worked with architects. We used several different firms to kind of balance out perspective, and so that we saw, and what we saw amongst all those firms was pretty consistent with the same type of escalating rising costs. We also leaned heavily on the facilities assessment that we had completed with HPM in April of 21. We also worked with contractors in the area and contractors that are building in this market right now and kind of what they're seeing on the ground. And we also work with consultants, so whenever we're talking about safety and buses and technology and those types of things, we work with the actual vendors who would be supplying those goods and services to us. And what we found is that across the board, pricing is pretty high. And we tried to the best of our ability, is to build in escalation cost pricing. And so from the construction projects, we tried to build in some escalation costs based on the anticipated time that construction might take place. On our facilities assessment stuff, which would be a lot of our MEP, roofing, those sorts of things, we did work under the assumption of index pricing. So depending on how far out you go, the index becomes greater and the pricing model higher. And then on our you know, upgrades and buses and things like that, we kind of built that out over the life of when we would be purchasing these materials, what would the price be. So just had several meetings over at the end of the week. At a lot of the ice time last Thursday and Friday, we were on the phone talking with folks and trying to make sure that you can never predict the future. So a year ago, who could have predicted some of the market volatility that we've seen, but just trying to figure out what the next year or so holds. And so had good talks and good meetings today, and we did ask Jared from O'Connell Robertson and Mike from Huckabee to be here tonight, and they're a resource for you guys too as you ask questions about construction pricing. But we do feel, just kind of double checking in on things, we may have you know, tough decisions to make, but we do feel like that we have things priced that we're going to be able to meet these needs that we're talking about that we proposed in our proposal.
Any questions on elementary, cost of elementaries 12 and 13 for land that Ty brought up before we start talking about some others?
So if we took bond savings off, just, let's deal in 21 here for a minute, right? So if we weren't worried about bond savings and all this kind of other stuff, right, what would we want that number to look like, right? For the time period that we're looking at, for what the schools we have, you know, elementary's 14 and 15 and middle school 5 and all that, like, what would that number look like?
I would say that depends on the cadence of bonds for the school district. As a fast-growing school district, I think we're gonna have to be in a cadence of every 4 years or so, having to look at a bond election.
Right.
That being said, if it's every 4 years, then we take a look at our demographer report and ask ourselves, what would we need, not immediately, because we have a couple immediately, but for that next cycle, so that we have the land already secure at least.
Yeah.
And I think for me, Jim might be able to add on cost and what he's seeing in the market, but I think based on what the initial data that we've gotten back is, anywhere from that $7 to $10 million range is probably a good starting point for us
Yeah.
because of the immense escalation of the cost of property right now. Anything you want to add, Jim?
I do have a couple of bad examples if you don't do it, and then it's stuff that I just did this year. Asphalt, concrete, steel, all that stuff is just going off the chart. Houses, lumber's up 40%. House costs are up between 25 and 50,000, depending on the size of the house. Just the increase in prices just this year. And by the way, one school district I'm working with, just to give you an idea, they've got over 270 portables. That's what you call 10, 11,000 kids. And they'll probably never be in an elementary school. I mean, that's not far behind. I don't know how they can ever catch up. One particular school district, we try to partner with a developer because it's much cheaper that way when they deliver a finished lot and everything. We just got to scrape and get going. But there's one area, one school district, one area they had to have a school, and there was nothing, no utilities, nothing. There's nothing available. And this one landowner had a large land that had no desire to sell. I spent months with that family to finally get them to agree to sell. And the price of the property for 33 acres, the price of the property was $272 a square foot. And you go, that's a good price, and I agree. But they've got to bring all the infrastructure, $7 million. $7 million to bring the roads. But that is the only way that school district can get a site in an area that they gotta have. Another one is for, what's happening more in Central, and it's coming y'all's way too, is you run out of a lot of choices. You can't play one against the other like you used to could. And there's one where we've got another school district where we've got to go in by out of a development where they furnish everything, $750 a square foot for 20 acres. So that's y'all tomorrow, but coming your way really fast. Those are just things I worked on, just doing like this year. Another one where we did have to add on to a high school because it had run out of space to keep building another high school. $5 a square foot to buy 9 acres. So that's the kind of numbers and there's nothing that says this is going to stop. I mean, we're like not the rest. The rest of the country doesn't look like us, but this isn't going to stop. I live in Round Rock. It takes me 45 minutes to get here. Belton is a psychological distance. It is a real short, real distance. And it's coming up the interstate. Go look at Gerald. I mean, that's a very close look. And there's projects that are planned like you wouldn't believe between here and Austin. And this is probably more than you wanted. But Austin, median price house in Austin, $550,000. Round Rock, $450,000. So the people are coming your way to try to find a better education and a better way of life.
I think one of the things real quick on that too is we ought to, so when Jim's giving you price comparisons and what he's seen in other districts, we need to identify, Mike, what were the sites that we said we needed to purchase land for?
Yeah, so in the original, back in October, the original kind of estimate that we had given around that $7 million range was for 2 additional elementary schools, a middle school, and roughly 10 acres for 6 to 10 acres for a satellite transportation facility. So those were the needs we had identified. Somewhere in that 15 to 20 acre range for 2 elementary schools, somewhere in that 40 acre range for a middle school, and then a 6 to 10 acres for a satellite up north, a satellite
So example, if you're buying an elementary school site, let's just take 20 acres for example, and it's about $3.50 a square foot, you're looking at over $3 million for that site for 19, 20 acres, something like that. And so we share that, you think two of those, you're up to, you know, $7 million already, and then you're talking about other areas that you still need some additional money for.
In 350, delivering a finished site, they're not making any money on that.
Which is scary.
I think we had a report, it's been,
Thank you, Jim.
it's been over a year and a half ago, I think, whenever Sam Listy and the folks from Belton came to talk to us about the Loop 121 property. And at that time, and that was before the world turned upside down, at that time, it was $4 million to do the improvements at that
Right.
property. If we were to do anything there, I would hate to see what it is now.
Yeah, that property, we would need to run infrastructure
Yes.
too. And the city of Belton, you know, came and did that presentation and said, hey, we don't have a whole lot of money, we're gonna need your help if you need to use that property. And in that case, we would have a large price tag in developing that property so that we could use it.
Just curious about, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just curious about land availability. Is it primarily in the north? Is it primarily in the west? Is it even bag? What's our land availability in this area?
And I think Jim can hit that a little bit. What we're finding is the challenge of availability, but also the challenge of having water, sewer, electric and everything to it is another part of that challenge.
They gave me some areas that they really needed help in, so I focused on that, and I also looked north toward Temple. A average for sites with utilities, if you get further north, is about $5 a foot. Those are freestanding sites that have water, sewer, transportation to them, but that's just the further toward Temple you get, where there's access and utility, about $5 a foot. And that was kind of a general average of all that was available.
In the southwest portion of our school district, so kind of west of Chisholm Trail, south of 190 and stuff in there, one of the big challenges is there's a lot of land out there, but there's no utilities out
Right.
there.
I think I said to you about 6 to 10 properties out there one day, just dumped them on you and you came back real quick, no utilities.
Yeah, and that's one of our challenges. You know, personally, I'm not excited about being in the development process. I don't want to be buying properties where we're gonna have to put the roads in, you know, the pipe and the sewer and the water and everything else. We might end up being in that, depending on the situation, but I think planning wise, it's best to try and make sure that we're finding properties that have those utilities available.
Matt, can you remind us what typically the acreage needs to be for an elementary and for a middle school and for a high school?
There will be a lot of discussion about that. So, kind of rule of thumb that I think we've always looked for in times where land was a little easier to come by was about 20, 50, 100. So 20 acres in elementary school, 50 acres for a middle school, 100 acres for a high school. Now, we have done that, less than that, but one of the challenges that I want to make sure we talk about is you can do it less than that, and we have 15-acre sites that we can put our new footprint on, and it's going to be a great design. One of the other things that you have to keep in mind is the cars being queued up for dismissal times and everything as well. As we continue to grow and add more houses in this community and more traffic, the tolerance for some of those things like queuing up on streets starts to go away, and that's just based on personal experience that I've had in other situations. So we have to think about our land, not just including our footprint for the school, our playgrounds, et cetera, but also what are ways that we can keep things up efficiently and effectively for our parents to keep them off the roads and as a safety concern for our kids as well. We all know sometimes you see the parent that parks on the side of the road, and doesn't want to get into the line and go up to the school. They park on the side of the road, and the kid runs off and jumps in the car and doesn't even go through. Those are non-preferred methods from administrators because that's a safety concern because we're trying to take care of those kids.
So you can't even get in the parking lot across the street from Belton High School in the afternoon until they let school out, even though they tell them. And it hurts those local businesses too, by the way.
Yeah.
So, can we go less than 20? Absolutely. And we do have a couple of properties that are less than 20. We'll be able to build on them just fine. We also have a design for an elementary school now that is more flexible than we've had in the past, and so that we are able to say we can stack that on top of each other and create a two-story design to limit that footprint even more. So it might help us even in the future to cut down from that 20 acres. But initially, I would say 20, 50, 100. One other community question that I know has come in is, hey, you've got 100 acres down near the expo center, why don't you use that right now? And there are a couple reasons why that's not part of the proposal right now. First is the utility costs that we have already talked about. The utilities don't run out there for us to hook into to build school sites. Second thing is that we don't need to build a high school right now, thank goodness. That means that 100-acre block, if we were gonna use that, we would have to use that for something else. And that would limit our ability to potentially build a high school on that in the future. So we'd be chopping up that 100-acre site. And as we just heard, 100-acre sites are really hard to come by in the school district right now without paying a premium. So holding on to that until we get utilities, and holding on to that to use at the right time for the future growth of the school district, we believe is probably the most prudent decision we take.
What is the need for the transportation, the north facility? How much acreage would y'all need for that?
Yeah, I think we figured that in, it's, 10 or less. It would consist, I mean, it would be a lot with adequate parking for staff, a couple of bays to, and then a fueling station and a small office just for site.
And what are we using at the transportation right now?
We have 2 pumps for.
2 acre?
Well, it's a small site, so, yeah.
It's so tiny.
With over 100 buses
Yeah.
and about 18 or 20 white fleet.
It's packed. Any other questions on land or construction of elementary 12 and 13?
Question more about, you mentioned earlier about an idea about the reason that you have it at 2 million is that we could potentially use bond savings. So if I'm understanding this correctly, and maybe it's not necessarily just for me, but for just community members, when you say bond savings, that means that if we go out for all of this and we don't use all of it, we still, whatever is left, obviously we don't have to use it, and then we don't have bonds out for that amount, or we could use it, and that's what our bond saving. Can you just?
Yeah, so what I would say on that is the bonds have already been sold at that point. So like for the 2017 bond, we had an auditor that checked everything for us, did an excellent job. Kudos to y'all, and we've employed that auditor again. So by going through everything, we're able to say, save us certain dollar amounts through that whole bond process. I believe it was about 7 million, don't quote me firmly on that, but about 7 million total out of that last bond package, 140 some million that we had in savings. From that, we've used that to help us buy additional land, and because the money is still sitting there, so buying additional land to help move us forward as a school district is the way a lot of districts do this. So a lot of times when your projects come in under budget, because most districts try not to have the projects come in over budget, you try to make sure everything comes in under. A lot of districts have used that savings for additional projects that they couldn't get to on the bond list that they were going out for, or buying land. And in our case, we've bought land, and what else did we use that for?
A major playground improvement for
That's right.
ADA accessibility and safety, about a $2 million
Spent a
playground.
lot of it on that.
Playground
We did the
project
playground, and then was some of that 3.5 that we did,
for elementary
that
design.
touched every campus in the district, that 3.5 million.
Conditioning in the gym.
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning in the gyms, that's right.
Something else too there, Aaron, is the state is very specific on what you can and can't do with that money. And I've seen some comments about, well, why did we have money left over from the bond? Well, you want to, design that way on purpose, and then why can't you do this and this with that money? Well, the state's specific on what you can do with that money, and it is for projects or land, and that's basically it, right?
And basically, the way it's worded now is that whatever you go out for in your bond proposition that the voters pass, that's what you can use.
And then there's another way that we had savings accrued during that time is the bonds that don't sell up front. You don't sell all your bond up front. You hold some back because you're not spending it all up front.
Right.
You invest that money and you make money on that, right?
Mhm.
And so there's monies left over from that too.
Right.
So that's where some of that savings comes, but they're specific on how we can and can't spend it.
Chris?
No, I'm just, going back to land.
Oh,
I mean, if we don't do
It's
it,
gonna get depressing, you keep doing that to people, by the way.
well, no, if we don't do it, we can't do all this stuff in the future, right? So
Right.
as painful as it is to talk about needing land, right, because you can't put students on it immediately, we know that we're gonna have to put students on it, and we gotta get it now, or we need to sort of have that up higher on the list, because doing it now saves so much in the future, right? And so, okay, great, 2 million's on here, it sounds like maybe it needs to be more like 8 million, right? And so, okay, we might have bond savings to do that, but if you didn't assume that, well, that's like $6 million, right? And so as we look down the list, right, is there $6 million of other stuff that maybe can we find $6 million somewhere?
Something too though is if we do it now, the money's there. So if Jim or someone else finds some property, then we have the money. But if we're waiting on bond savings, then what if it slips through and we can't get something when we get a good deal on something or find an opportunity? I think that's why you do it up front. And then we can use that bond savings on something that isn't on the list.
And how much do we still have in bond savings right now?
We've almost exhausted that with our recent land purchase.
Okay, that's right.
I want to point out these pictures up here real quickly. Those are current reality. These are not stock photos. And I'll share that with you, current reality of where we are with portables and Belton ISD at this time.
And just make one comment about the portables. I know we've talked about, it's not ideal, and I just want to add maybe my personal thought is, it's not the greatest situation to be separated from all of your peers and your staff members being separated from their teammates. And if there's 2 portable buildings, who gets to go, who gets to, and so I think that's also something that kind of sticks with me is being a teacher. When the ideas of portable come in, it's who has to leave the building? Who has to be apart from the rest of their family? And so I think that's something that sticks out to me.
If you think about what Jim mentioned earlier, in a district with 200+ portables, in the reality of a student going through a school experience without having been inside the building for a regular class. We had one news reporter recently who interviewed me, who she grew up out of state, but said, that was my reality. I spent most of my time in portables as a high school student because that's all we had. So I think that's something for us to keep in mind, how that does impact the educational experience of kids and teachers.
Right. And on the elementary thing, we've kicked this around in facilities meeting. I don't know if we've addressed it in the open meeting yet. But the difference in cost between the 40 and then the 44 million for the 2 elementaries is the timing of the build outs. And we've talked about trying to lessen the timing, but then you get into staffing and then M&O. And so it's really layered and it's really complicated because we could conceivably build both elementaries at the same time, save the 4 million, but how are we gonna staff 10 at one
No way we
time?
can afford to
How
staff
can
it.
we afford to do that?
Couldn't do it.
So that's the reason why because they're estimating that if you build one and then start the next one, it's gonna cost about 4 more million to do that. Maybe we could stagger them, like when you're halfway done, we could stagger it and maybe cut that in half. But then it gets to Todd and you guys figuring out how we staff that stuff.
And I'll let Todd, how much does it cost us if we were to staff a new elementary school at this point? How much does it cost us to staff?
You'll probably be looking at about $2.5 to $3 million.
So out of M&O budget to staff a new elementary school, that's what we also have to plan for. You not only have to plan for the building of the facility, but on your M&O budget side, that's the impact that you're gonna feel.
When I first got on the board, I was jumping up and down all the time, wanting to know why we never did anything on our facilities improvement list. It was just this makeup list that we just talked about once a year and didn't do anything. And I kept hearing, we're building a new high school, we're building a new elementary, we're saving money. And now that I've gone through the process, I'm thinking, wow, that was good thinking.
And it makes things tight, because you have to add those positions to open that new school, and it's a big deal. Next, we're gonna go to additional proposed projects. We will come back to the whole recommendation at the end, and if there's specific things that you as a board say, hey, we really want you to look at this dollar amount, like Ty brought up for land, that we need to add more to that. Chris suggested maybe 8 million. We'll look at that actual recommendation at the end and make some adjustments. I'm gonna put it right up there on that chart paper so that we know exactly, and we're all in agreement on what those recommendations will be, and then we'll make any adjustments moving forward. Mike, take it away.
So we did have one of our bond exploration committee meetings was at Southwest Elementary. And, as we talked about elementary capacity, new elementaries, and also what elementaries did we need to put attention to, and what would not that attention look like if we wanted to renovate? And Southwest is an elementary school that has had recent investment into it. It's had a pretty extensive internal finished remodel within the last 2 years. That was part of that $3.5 million capital improvement plan or throughout the district. And so we kind of dreamed with Southwest and what are your needs? What would be the objectives of some type of addition or a remodel at Southwest Elementary? And kind of what we came up with, the program specifics would be to remove all the long-standing portables. There are portables that have been at Southwest for decades. One of the members of our bond exploration committee actually had gone to the portables there when she'd gone to school there. To expand instructional space and to address the aging gymnasium, also to address fine arts. That right now their music program is in a portable building as well. So the overall program would add additional classroom space and everything that comes with that, storage, 2 fine arts rooms with storage, restrooms for students and staff, a PLC room for teachers, a teacher workroom, and then a gymnasium with storage and office space there as well. So that would be something that could revitalize that campus and that community. One of the things about that area is we haven't seen the same type of significant growth that we've seen in other areas. This is a campus that with the renovation, we think we could increase capacity by about 100 or so students. Okay. And that might give us an opportunity for some of that growth that's happening to the east of Three Creeks. There's a lot of addition going on just across 121. That's not too far away, but it would help us be another option to take some of the pressure off of Chisholm Street.
If we increase, let's say 100 students, what does that get us?
It would get us to about 550 or so. Okay. Which is, right now, the design capacity on that building is about 440. We think we could probably get another 100 or so students. Okay. With this addition.
Something I mentioned to Matt the other day is, I think we've kind of kicked this around for the 5 years or almost 5 years I've been on the board is, we kind of like Southwest being that neighborhood school. Where if we were to build another school south and move those kids out to that new campus, I think at all of our elementary campuses, I think this one and maybe Leon Heights are the two that the neighborhoods really flourish having those in the middle of. So the thing that concerns me is if we spend $13 million on this improvement at Southwest, is there a way with limited space, can we build this addition with an eye towards possibly putting a 2-story facility there in the future and still utilizing this space? See what I'm saying? Yeah. Because eventually, hopefully, down the road, the 3 old campuses that we have will eventually be gone.
Yeah. I think we would have to go through a thoughtful design process on it, which we have good partners to help us with that. It's tight, and I'll say that because we have 7 acres, and that's the big challenge for us. The facilities condition index, I think it's a real important one for us to think about, and I'll use a couple of examples. Mike can add on to this, he'll know it better than I. But if you take a look at a couple of our oldest buildings in the school district, the old Tyler Elementary School, now Beck's, and New Tech, their facilities condition index scores are better than others because there's been some investment in those facilities over time from different funds in the school district. You've invested some money into Southwest Elementary School, and I think our guests that visited our different schools, there is a different feel between Southwest and Miller Heights just when you walk in, just based on your investment. And I share that with you because I think we could continue to invest in some of those older facilities, bring those facilities condition index scores up, and continue to use those for a while. Someday, we will get to the point where that lifespan for those schools will run out. I mean, eventually it happens to everything wise. The Southwest, we feel as an administration, is in a better spot than River Heights right now.
Absolutely. New Tech proper, the main building there, that building's 52 years old, and it had one of our better, but 10 years ago, we put a pretty substantial investment into that building, and the interior of that building doesn't look like a 52-year-old building. So those are the sorts of things. One of the issues on an older campus like that does have, 400 or so students at Southwest is, even if we could immediately rebuild at that space, where do you put those 400 kids during the time? And with all the growth that's going on everywhere else in the South, we don't have a convenient or a good location to say, all right, for 18 months, you're gonna go here, because we have room, and then we'll bring you back once the project's finished. So there are some challenges, just like there'll be some challenges there with the addition. It's gonna have to be designed in a way to disrupt as little as possible, so we can try to continue to have school there.
And you just brought up something that isn't on any of these lists, that it's gonna probably need to be addressed if New Tech takes off the way we're all hoping it will as a standalone. We'll be looking at another campus for them down the road too.
Absolutely.
Because they're at 550, they're maxed at that number there, they can't do much else.
Well, and y'all had invested in, so they're using space beyond what they used to use even, and I think
Across the street.
it's important to keep an eye on the future for all those. But to your point, Ty, I think absolutely, when we go through the official design process for that, we would want to keep an eye on sustainability. If there's a way for us to use that addition in the future, if we were to add more on or build a new school on that site, I think we would just have to keep that eye on future use and sustainability as well. I want to point out too, Mike talked about the long-standing portables that were there. We do believe some of them have been there around 40 years. Is that correct, Mike?
That from feedback we got.
And so that's based on feedback we had from some people that went on that tour and stuff. So that being said, we have used our dollars wisely for a long amount of time here, but the age of those portables is really a challenge for us.
Right.
Yeah, this is going to remove the long-standing one, but I want it to be clear that this does not mean that we're getting totally away from portables, because we will have to continue to use them.
That's an excellent point. I'm glad you said that, and we've tried to say that very clearly to our bond exploration committee. As a fast-growth school district, I cannot make the promise that we will never have a portable on our site, because that's not the reality we're living in when we get 700 kids a year right now. That being said, I don't support 40-year portables in building covered walkways to those portables. I think that's not okay for the learning experience for kids from the superintendent.
When we talk about inequity of campuses, it's not just the age of the campus, because if you look at Chisholm, it's one of our newer campuses, but a lot of those kids are living for an inequitable educational experience compared to the campus that has plenty of room for them. So.
I think that when that picture on the previous slide, when you see all those kids coming out at Chisholm from those portables, and you realize how many kids are actually packed into those portables and what their experience might be, it is different. You can say it's not, and we will maximize our facility use always in this school district. But that being said, I do think it impacts people.
Well, and those three portables in that picture are all fifth grade classrooms, so we're kind of we kind of set our limit at 25, and we're pretty close to that in all of them. So when you basically just did those three portables with 2 classrooms each, that's about 150 students are serviced in those 3 portables.
I haven't been in those. Is there a restroom in between the two?
There are restrooms in those.
Yes.
Not ideal circumstances,
But
but restrooms.
But it's that 150 kids coming in for PE and PE and music and library use and interventions and breakfast and lunch, and their parents. That's another 125 kids that are either on the bus or parents pick them up every day. It's the strain on those other systems, as we were mentioning earlier, that outside of the instructional, and it's from a supervision standpoint. Kid needs to go see the nurse.
Yeah.
Kid needs to go to the library. to check out a book if it's a little bit different than if that kid's inside the interior of the school.
Let's jump on down to phase one, CTE and Fine Arts at Belton High School.
So this is one that our exploration committee was really passionate about. We kind of started off the process by going and touring at Lake Belton High School and then touring at Belton High School. And one of the things that stuck out to them was the CTE facilities at Belton High School. We've had a very robust CTE program at Belton High and a very successful CTE program at Belton High, but you can tell if you walk the facilities, it's something that's been added to over the years. So there's a lot of freestanding buildings that may only house one or two programs. Some are in better shape than others. Much like the needs of the district, we did realize that it was not going to be an option to address all of these needs at once. So what we're proposing is a phased-in approach at Belton High School. Phase one would be a combination of fine arts and CTE needs. From a fine arts perspective, we would want to construct a new band hall, use the existing band hall to convert to a black box theater, and then use the existing small theater as a kind of a house to our theater tech department, who currently doesn't have a home. From a CTE standpoint, it would be to take 3 of our highest need programs and try to build a new facility, for the beginnings of a new facility for them, which would be our full ROTC program, one of our construction trades programs, and our culinary arts. And then that would allow us to use so that would eliminate the building that's in the worst condition there, the one building that houses ROTC and one of our construction trades programs. And then it will also allow us to move culinary arts out, would allow us to repurpose a large portion of that current CTE building to get one of our other programs that's either in the interior of the school or in one of the other buildings, and get them in a better space as well. So it wouldn't address all needs, but it would sure get a great start to it, and it would be what we would consider a phase one of that project. Also in this project proposal with pricing would be a continued investment in some of the transition going on in UTEC. Right now we're working through a transition process since with the programs that are going to be offered at UTEC, and we would like to invest some of this CTE back into UTEC and help with those CTE and fine arts programs.
Where would you go at New Tech? Is it like a paint building?
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
You know, when we built Lake Belton High School, we really thought a lot about the CTE programs because it's the wave of the future. We
Right.
need these programs, and we didn't want to have to turn away kids for participating in it. Well, Belton High School is built on the old model when that wasn't a big deal. You just go to class and a few kids take shop, and that was it. And so now we're just turning kids away. I mean, they want to participate in all these wonderful things that could be literally their future, and we're having to turn them away because we don't have the space for them.
You know, and I'll say something, in the world of career and technical education, I do believe that's a thoughtful use of taxpayer dollars for kids. When we get kids through those programs, they're having not only job-ready skills and learning experiences to help them right off the bat, but in some cases, we're promoting industry certification so they can go out and get a real decent job and earn a good wage right off the bat out of high school. So I think educationally, it's a sound investment for our kids. I'll also mention that I know one of the questions that pops up a lot is that term program equity and what that means. And what I'd say to that is, we don't have to have equal facilities at our schools, but if we have a situation where we have career and technical education opportunities at one school, at least to have some similar offerings or facilities at the other school so that students can take those is something that I think we should consider. It doesn't mean they have to be the exact same programs at both schools.
Right.
And I know that was probably, I shouldn't say I know, I assume that was probably a question when we were building a new high school. Can we ensure that everybody's got the exact same? That's usually the question that people wrestle with when you build a second high school in a school district. What I would say to that is, I don't think programs have to be exactly the same, but we still need facilities to help students have the learning experience that they need to fulfill. If you start thinking about culinary arts, if you don't have the kitchen equipment to actually serve the students at that school and keep that kitchen equipment up to date, then you're not providing a equitable experience for kids in that program. And so that's what that term program equity means. It doesn't mean everything has to be equal or identical, but it does mean that for the programs that we have, we try and have comparable facilities in our school district.
So you're talking about more equity in numbers, not facility.
I'm talking about both. I would say honestly in both. I don't think a facility has to be the identical mirror image of the same thing. But I think culinary arts is a great example for me. I don't think we have the footprint to be able to do exactly what Lake Belton High School does. But we have the ability to say, let's look at our kitchen. Does it meet the needs of the students that we have at that school? What needs to be addressed with it? And how do we move forward? And some investment in that, into those aging facilities at this school district, I think are going to be important for us. There are a lot that need to be addressed, and I'll use one. Mike, I want to make sure I say this right, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe our medical professions kids at Belton High School are out in portables right now. That isn't the experience that we have at Lake Belton High School. And so, and I share that with y'all. Are we making do? Absolutely. Does a facility matter in medical professions for our kids? Absolutely it does. And Mike, is that part of this phase that we would address?
That was one of the suggested uses to repurpose, if we move culinary arts out, that west wing of that current CTE building could be repurposed for that program.
So that whole idea of what is program equity, I don't want everybody to think it has to be identical or equal, but I do think we have to have some standards for facilities that kids are going to, and that we keep those standards up.
And it provides opportunity.
That's right. New Tech, I want to point out, was an add-on by me. And the reason is because that was after our decision. It was made in a board meeting to have New Tech become a standalone school. And our team, and this was running in parallel with the Bond Exploration Committee, our team was taking a look at what programs would be offered at New Tech and what facility implications that might have. And so through the fall, we didn't have the answer to take, or to say to that Bond Exploration Committee, here's exactly what we need at New Tech, because we were going through the process figuring out what the student interest was, what we would be able to do, and we have a good understanding of that now, I think, and we have some initial plans in place, and we would need to go through a design process for that.
So just spitballing here, if with the elementary going out south on the highway going out towards Little River and taking Miller Heights offline, could we possibly think about moving our DAEP out to that, and then that would give New Tech more room to grow the CTE portion in the near future?
Mm-hmm. I think we could look at a lot of different things to do with that facility. And some of it might be repurposing within the school district. Some of it might be looking to sell that or get it out of the school district. A lot of it depends on how we would want to use that facility. I have some personal concerns on DAEP going over there, but I think long term, I think all options are on the table, and we'd have to get into some robust discussions about that. Any other CTE fine arts questions for New Tech or Belton High School?
That's just all renovation, there's no new footprint.
No, there would be some.
There would be some
different
footprint.
40,000 square feet limit.
Okay. That's the, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Got the room.
41,000.
It'd be the removal of one of those buildings with the new building and then the repurposing,
Okay.
kind of do it in stages.
Okay.
All right.
I want to echo something that Janet said about the facilities for CTE over at Belton High School. They are terribly, terribly lacking.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost embarrassing to go, you visit there, then you go over to Belton High School, and it's horrible.
Yeah, we would agree with you.
I mean, the kids are just, yeah, the kids, you watch the kids, I mean, there's a safety issue over there too. It's not just the space, but there's a safety issue over there at Belton High School. It's really concerning for me anyway.
And that's when I saw that two-phase plan, the 19, and then I think the next phase is like 40. I was, facilities. I would have rather seen more being addressed at this juncture, because if we talking to Jennifer and the capacity and things moving forward, how long will it take to get to that next bond and that next renovation for our CTE? And I think, what are they gonna decrease the SAT now from 3 hours to 2 hours and these different things? I think we're moving forward, we're gonna probably see less and less kids go off to college and more go into these programs. And we're probably gonna have to add a couple more programs to CTE, things that we don't even think about that are technology driven. We don't have the facilities for it. So if we only do the 19 this time, and a lot of that's coming with the fine arts part of this, the band hall and stuff, in my opinion, we're really not addressing CTE at a level right now that we need to be addressing it. Because I'm like you, when you go through those facilities, it's,
Daniel and I did the tour not long ago with Matt, and just going back to where they do all the media tech stuff, and where they're having to store things, and they store it all, then they have to use that space to take pictures and do video, so they have to move it all out, and then do video, and then move it all back. It's the craziest thing you've seen, how they're just.
and Gracie, my daughter's in that program. She's in Tiger Media, and that wasn't addressed in this phase of it either. I'd like to see more of CTE addressed in this first phase. Because if we do a bond in 3-4 years, we're 6 years out from getting it done.
Absolutely.
That's a long time for kids to not have adequate programs that, to me, like you said, they come out of these, they're job ready day one. Remember that? Job ready day one. They're ready to go. And they're making good money with these professions. I'd like to see more emphasis in this plan on doing more, if possible, in the first phase.
And I think and I agree with you. I think it comes down to what is a team of 8 y'all are gonna be willing to tolerate if you decide to move forward with a bond. Because I totally agree, that facility needs addressing.
And something else we haven't talked about, and you know me, I'm scatterbrained to think about all these different things, is I'd like to also throw in the ag facility is out, we've outgrown what we have there. I'd like to see if we don't add some money to your proposed, take some from another part of this and put $1.5 million or something out to the ag facility where they can increase their capacity. It's a wonderful program, and we're turning kids away every year from that program.
And it's gonna keep growing.
He mentions that at the bottom of this.
I think we're gonna need to figure that one out, and, my initial proposal to y'all was that we have a, long-term facilities committee study ag facility, natatorium, and stadium needs for us in the next year, and come back to us with a recommendation on it, because that's one of them, one of those 3.
But I think the ag facility is different than the other 2 that you mentioned, though, because it falls under the guise of educational facility, whereas the other one, it'd be on its own separate bond.
Correct.
Whereas, I saw the estimate of 2.7 million, and I think in some of these things, and Matt, we've talked about this, some of these things where we're trying to find money, and we don't, we're not trying to, rob Peter to pay Paul here, but some of these things where we look and say we need more, we may have to look at some of the other things in our bond thing and say, okay, we gotta take $1 million from over here. If we have that cap where we're at that says, we're not gonna raise taxes on our public here, this is our money, where are we moving things around to try to, and I'll be completely honest, when somebody asked me about the ag barn, during the recent freeze where, it causes issues. I told them, I said, listen, the estimate was 2.7 million. I said, it may be a situation. I said, it may go up for a bond. I said, I don't know. I said, but it may be a situation where they're told, hey, you got 1.5. I said, it's kind of like remodeling a kitchen. I have $30,000 and the builder comes back and says, well, it's 50. Well, let's sit back and see what we can cut out of this, because I don't have $50,000. And it's difficult because everything on these lists are not, and we've discussed this, these aren't wants anymore. Wants may be down the road, and I hope I hope some big company comes in here and we get a list of wants one day. Right now, it's gotta happen.
And I think that's the hardest part, and we're getting down to the final hours of this, where before the 18th of February, we have to have a decision made. And that decision has to include what we think is the best moving forward, that our taxpayers can support, and also that is right for our school district and our community. And so there's tough decisions. There's not I wish I had a better answer for you on some of these things. But you, might have to take some dollars from other spots to make some of these projects work, and that's what we're doing here.
Part of the educating of the public in regard to this is not what we want to do or what we need to do, it's what will happen if we don't.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I tried to share with my friends personally to help the community understand. We don't do these things.
Right.
We will be so far behind trying to get these kids where they need to be in school with the correct adequate things they need, programs that we need. We might not be able to catch up.
When you have popular programs that are important to the school, whether it, and people hear program, I know they always think athletics. Well, that's not even being talked about here. We're not even discussing that. But when we have popular products, and actually, you know, the ag falls underneath the CTE, and we, whether it's the CTE building or the ag barn, when we are turning kids away from programs that we know there's a desire to have and a need in the community supports it, that's where we know, hey, we've got to relook at priorities, because, you know, we have equity, like you mentioned. Well, equity is not, hey, well, this kid got in the door first, so they get to be in the program this year, and this kid doesn't. Nobody wants to be in that situation.
I look at that, you know, you think, we'll take medical professions as an example right now. And if you're turning kids away, medical professions, that sure seems like it might be a thoughtful career to get kids into for the future. It could help them pay bills, live a sustainable life.
Help us as
help
we get
all
older.
Invest in our community.
Helps our community.
And that's a challenge, right? When you don't have the facilities, when we're educating kids in a portable for that, that's a challenge for us. MEP and roofing, Mike?
So this is a project list that came from our facilities assessment. It's our mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and roofing needs. On this list, it's not an all-inclusive list. It was a list that we kind of developed, taking those priority one items that are the most pressing and tried to divide those out. You'll see if you look at it across the district, I mean, it does hit our facilities that had the lower or the higher facilities conditions index, the facilities that have the most need. A big portion of this is at Belton High School. We've got some significant HVAC replacement issues there, and about $4.3 million of this is an investment back into Belton High School. So,
Can I ask a question about this? And I was curious, because we didn't necessarily go into all the campuses involved. Did we, for purposes of this discussion and this bond, did we take anything to do with Miller out of this number? Because if we're taking it offline at that point, we need to make sure we're not tagging money into it.
that's right. There is an investment in Miller that could be, and I've got that line item. So as we get to the board later, if we make that decision, then it's about $670,000 that can be pulled off and applied to.
I just don't want to double bill something that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's, gets you a third of the way to the 1.5 million at the ag facility.
We gotta, again, it's just moving money around.
Yes.
But I knew with Miller, we had some significant repairs at Miller, but if the bond passed, then we're.
Miller had the lowest FCI, or the highest FCI at 42%, which is really what kind of drove the conversation of
Replace.
should we replace them or not? And so, yeah, but that was, that's about 670, 611. So that's something, as we talk about a final recommendations and a shift, that's definitely something that we can pull that we have itemized.
How much did you say that was?
670,000, 611.
So one of the questions that comes up sometimes with this one, because these are not the most enjoyable things to talk about, because you're not talking, when you talk about MEP and roofing, you're not talking about things that people get really excited about and say, yay, my kid's school got a new roof. That being said, we have to go back to the conversation of how we pay for that if we don't have bond funds for it. We know that there is a lifespan on all of these things when you talk about electrical, plumbing, roofing, and those aren't small dollar amounts. So if we don't set aside some money for some of those big projects that was identified in the facilities assessment, then we have to have additional conversations as a team of 8 to figure out how we're gonna fund those things. Should they either fail, or reach end of life.
Well, that's the reason I asked while Jennifer was still here,
Yeah.
and she's an expert in this, what she's doing, she's super smart. She said this was a good idea, that this was a very good way to spend money, because, we could free up some money in our M&O to help us get over the hump of paying the staff, the 2 elementaries, the new wing at Southwest, plus raises, things like that. This is just, that's why I asked that question while she was here, and she had thought it was a good idea.
I think that's something we have to really consider with some of these things. If we don't pay for them out of potential bond funds, then they're gonna have to come out of an M&O. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I'm clicking. Fine arts facility expansion at Lake Belton Middle School. Now, before Mike gets into this one, this was one of those where we had, I believe it was about $27 million of investment or so that was tagged for 2 middle schools in particular, Lake Belton Middle School and Belton Middle School. And that was what the Bond Exploration Committee talked about in depth. The challenge with those 2 schools is they were both built to be intermediate schools, not middle schools, and so they don't have the same facilities that you see at North Belton Middle School nor at South Belton Middle School. And there are some specific athletic things and fine arts things that differ drastically in those schools from North Belton Middle School and South Belton Middle School. So our Bond Exploration Committee, when we used the term program equity, talked a lot about that, about these experiences for middle school kids in ensuring that these kids have equal opportunities and access when they go to those programs at those schools. Given the dollar amount, given our capacity ranges, I had to make a decision, and so I prioritized Lake Belton Middle School in this, in my recommendation, and we'll talk a little bit about the why after Mike talks about what it would include.
So it would be an interior expansion. We do have a large, actually our largest band and orchestra programs are at Lake Belton Middle School. Currently they do not have an orchestra facility at all. And so what the expansion would include a new band hall and all of the accessories that go with that, from ensemble rooms, storage, rehearsal rooms, student and staff restrooms. Currently the 6th graders that in physical education, they dress in a portable. So we would want to include PE locker rooms for our 6th graders, and then a permanent athletic training room as well. Their athletic training rooms in a portable as well at that school. The existing band hall would be repurposed as an orchestra hall, and it would get us similar to the discussion for CTE at Belton High School. This would be the phase 1 of a middle school fine arts and athletic expansion, but this would primarily take care of our fine arts needs at Lake Belton Middle School and get us on the path where we could meet other needs.
It's like portable, the training room. And they just did that this year. They have a dedicated room for, at middle school.
So what I'll say on that one, on some of those things, there's a long-standing portable at Lake Belton Middle School that we currently have, as Mike said, the training room and athletic locker room in there. It is not a positive experience, I think, for anyone. And so I think it is something that we definitely need to address, and that, again, the Bond Exploration Committee said, hey, we don't want these long-standing portables in our school district. That one looks like it's been there a long time.
They don't even have bathrooms.
Well, and this would include that whole north side of the building where all the extracurriculars are. We would want to put a foyer with concessions and restrooms in there too, because right now, if you've been to an event there, there's not a good entrance. They just set up tables to block hallways, and that's where they take admission, and that's how they do concessions. So it would have a kind of a foyer, kind of a face and an entrance to that extracurricular side of the school that we would have some public restrooms and a concession area there as well.
So the reason why prioritizing Lake Belton Middle School for me on this one was the size of their programs. They have the largest band and orchestra programs at the middle school level. The pictures, I was actually the one that took those pictures on a visit the other day with Ty when we were visiting Lake Belton Middle School. You see the picture on the left is the orchestra trying to practice in a classroom, and there's about a foot between each kid, which is definitely not an adequate space for the orchestra to continue to grow as that school continues to grow. The right picture is the room next to it, I would call it a closet, where there is a student and teacher doing a individual lesson plus storage, and it's right adjoining that classroom for the orchestra. So by addressing this, they would get a new band hall. The orchestra could move to the band hall at that point, have storage space for all of their instruments, have the ability to spread out and have ample practice space, and then we would be able to address some of those athletic facility concerns. It's not building a new gym or a new playing field or anything like that. It's being able to get some of that stuff that's in that long.
It's actually, our athletic programs are having very adequate locker rooms. It's the PE, every sixth grader is required to take PE, and that's where we're really at a deficit.
Pre-athletics?
Yeah. So, some might ask, why not Belton Middle School as well? If we have two middle schools that we got, there were two thoughts that I had on that. One was the program needs there. Belton Middle School is a brand new middle school, with an older facility, I guess I should say. And so their programs are getting established at this point still. Second thing is, we've talked about a pretty significant investment at Belton High School with construction on a potential CTE wing, investments like that. I think that we have to remember building and construction all in one site, and that neighbors Belton High School would be a challenge for us. And so that was the reason why prioritize Lake Belton Middle School in that conversation.
And construction on Loop 121.
And construction on
all of
Loop
this.
121. This does not address athletic playing fields or stadiums or anything that came up in our bond exploration committee, and I want to be clear about that. This is bare bones, from my opinion, about student programs and stuff, and we still have some discussions that we're going to need to have about those. The program equity conversation for each of those schools,
Right.
because that's not the same.
Right.
Any questions on fine arts at Lake Belton Middle School? All right, interior finishes at Belton High School.
So this project would represent a very significant, attempt to do some interior upgrades at Belton High School, and that would range from replacing, interior lights, ceiling, ductwork, replace flooring, replace the P-lam on the walls, renovate some spaces into some more spaces that might better suit the overall needs of that campus, as far as flexible and things of that nature. So if you add this number and the MEP, you're talking about almost a $12 million investment in Belton High School, just in upgrades to their mechanical systems and just a general facelift, an interior facelift and renovation in that building.
So last year I walked the campus with Ben, and one of the things that he brought up was with them kind of rebranding themselves, the culture of the high school over there. We walked outside and he pointed out several things that we could upgrade just from a overall look. They want a marquee, electronic marquee out front. They want some of the 1979 bushes and trees removed and put some modern things to make the campus seem more inviting. Is there any money in there for that, or could we find that somewhere else?
I think we'd have to talk about finding that in other places. I think the majority of this is really about the interior upgrades, similar concept, being able to give that interior a refresh in a lot of ways, so that people feel good about going to that facility. Paint, the wall tile, all that kind of stuff being addressed, because it's getting old there.
So when I mentioned that request from the principal at Belton High School to a certain person in the district, that person said, well, there's potential for a bond, maybe potentially coming up next couple of years, maybe some of that could be addressed.
Yeah, I would say, on that one, we would have to find some of those things that wasn't included, I don't think wholeheartedly in this proposal. Am I right, Mike, on that one? But I think starting with mechanical, electrical, plumbing, the interior finishes, we're talking about, what is that about? Mike, what's that dollar amount?
The two together is, this one is 6.9 and 4.3, so you're talking roughly a little over $11 million.
So $11 million plus a $19 million CTE investment. We're talking about a $30 million investment in Belton High School. And so, while I'm hesitant to say it includes all the exterior stuff as well, we really focused on the interior of the program.
I just told him I'd go to bat for it. Did what I was asked to do.
What's wrong with 1979? That's a big deal.
Anything else about interior finishes at Belton High School?
Yeah.
So transportation needs, we have, luckily, we have great data from our demographer. We know, what we have in terms of fleet. We know that we try to keep our buses in our fleet for 15 years. And so we know over the next decade, how many buses will age out at 15 years. We also know how many we anticipate to add, based on growth. And so the need from our transportation department and the resources that we've brought in to work with them would be 45 buses over a 5-year period, at $125,000 each. That would replace everything that's aged out at 15 years or greater, and that would include the ones that we anticipate needing for growth at a total of $5,625,000.
What do we do with those buses that age out of 15?
Auction.
Okay.
Keep some for emergencies. The ones that are in the worst condition, we auction.
What's our return on those usually?
About $6,000 generally.
Okay.
May make a nice RV for the.
Think about that for a second.
That hurts. I was hoping you were gonna say like 25 or 30, like, oh, we can make that work.
You know, there's some things that long-term, I think we need to probably discuss. It's a lot longer conversation than we've had in, even in the last year, and that's about potentially, switching some of our bus fleet to propane, looking for grants to help us with things long-term.
Right.
There are incentives to do some of those things, but as some of this shakes out over the next few years, I think we have to talk about that. We're just not prepared to do that at this point. But transportation costs, I believe, it's a bus for every 200 new kids about, Mike?
Yes.
So again, you think about that, 700 kids that join the school district. There's 3 buses, 3.5 buses right there, plus an aging facility. You rack up a pretty big bill pretty quickly regarding transportation costs.
I just like the fact that it's gonna help us out with our M&O stuff, knowing the challenges we're gonna have in the next 3 years staffing wise.
Yeah.
And that's something we really need to make sure, you know, that the public understands, because I've been doing this for a while, and I also was ignorant of the fact that, because when I heard of buses and technology, I was like, whoa. We're gonna put a 30-year bond on a bus? I mean, that's like going to the bad car lot and buying a car.
Yeah.
You know, hey, for 20 years, Jeff, you can get into this car. But it's true that part of the bond, although it's included in it, is paid off with the lifespan of the devices and the buses. And I think it's so important that the public understands that as of right now, one of the areas that, you know, with the buses being over on the M&O, it's squeezing us on what we can pay teachers.
Yeah.
We can't adjust that rate, and it's squeezing us over there.
It puts us in, I don't think everybody realized this, but how many buses did we buy this year?
0.
We bought 0 buses this year.
We're a little behind.
You know, we need to buy buses based just on growth, but also for an aging facility.
Right.
I say that because we needed to invest our dollars in staff raises and stuff, and we did that well. But in order to continue to do that, we have got to figure out ways to free up dollars in our annual budget.
It's very smart. I mean, on the onset, it doesn't sound like it, but when you hear the reasoning, it makes a lot of sense.
There's one more point to point out on that. I can't believe I didn't say this earlier. Todd helped me out with this too. It's also important to note that we are different than most school districts in that we pay into Social Security. So when you have a school nutrition, a good example on this one, what would their average rate of pay be?
You're talking about an individual that makes $10 an hour or so like 18,000 for the year or something.
They also have to pay into Social Security, and so that's a 6% difference from other surrounding school districts for us, right there. So if Colleen ISD paid the exact same amount for that same position, our people take home 6% less than they do based on that need that we have, and we don't have control over that.
Now, that decision was made a long time ago.
So when we talk about where we need to be regarding salaries for some of our critical positions in our school district, we'll take bus drivers, for example. We obviously need to be at 100% of the market, meaning we need to be comparable with everybody, but we probably need to be over that in order to have their take-home pay look the same as the other school districts.
Right.
So that again, puts a squeeze on that M&O budget that not everybody realizes,
Just to compete for
just to compete.
personnel.
Yeah. It's just
Anything on buses before Melinda takes over on technology?
I'll say this, and it's kinda like we make the point often about our facilities, that we do keep our facilities well maintained. I mean, there's been a long-standing investment in keeping things like roofs. We don't have a lot of roofing needs right now because prior administrations invested in roofs. We're able to keep our buses in rotation for 15 years because they're very well maintained and taken care of. So we do have a staff that's dedicated, that they keep them clean, they keep them maintained, they change the tires when you're supposed to, change the oil when you're supposed to, and so we are able to have a really good looking fleet out on the road, and we're able to keep those buses in rotation for a really long time because of that. So this is not something that, you know, we found a different type of bus we like, so we want to get rid of all the ones we have. This is just to keep up with age and growth.
Okay, we'll switch to technology. So you see technology is broken out into two areas, infrastructure and devices. And just a reminder that with the passing of Senate Bill 30, that's where the separate proposition for items such as devices came into law.
Right.
And so that's why we have this broken out. And so in the area of technology infrastructure, in that category, we're talking about switches, we're talking about servers, we're talking about phone systems. So that's more on the infrastructure side of that. When we talk about devices, we're talking about the actual replacement of staff devices, teacher devices, other staff devices, as well as things like projectors. If you think about the projectors, some of those additional teaching, I wanted to put teaching and learning devices because legitimately our teachers use these every single day. Our teachers do and our students do. And so, but we separated out because of that change as a result of Senate Bill 30. That dollar amount, the 676,000 is I think that was the original dollar amount our Bond Exploration Committee was looking at. The technology devices was quite a bit larger dollar amount. And so this is one in the refinement process was trying to get that dollar amount down, and that's why you see that $5 million. But again, on technology devices, it would be a separate proposition. It wouldn't go in a general proposition.
But it still would be in that umbrella of the total amount that we're looking at, it would just be in two different ones.
Correct.
Right.
And so what that might look like, Connie, could you pull up the other proposition for me so you can see? We pulled up a local school district that had multiple propositions on it in the recent bond election, because I know that was one of the questions that came out is, how does this work? Because we don't usually do this in Belton ISD. What does it look like to vote on separate propositions? So this is ballot language from Georgetown ISD for their recent bond election in Proposition A. You can see it talks specifically about $333 million that they focused on for that. There we go. For school sites, buses, vehicles, etc. And that's the construction and renovation of all the facilities. So that would include your technology infrastructure in Proposition A, along with building all your new buildings and renovating the buildings. Proposition B ballot language, and the way that played out is you see it's $16.5 million of bonds specifically on for technology, and that's the devices that they would be looking at. So that's the way it would look on ballot language, plus the little statement there, this is a property tax increase,
Right.
just like we've talked about for the rest of the reason I share that with you is so very deliberately want to point out that our bond exploration committee talked about a dollar amount over $16 million in devices. That's a large dollar amount. Now, when we talk about dollars for technology for staff and students, and we've got over 15,000 people in the school district right now, and we're growing, I think it kind of makes sense, because we're talking about that over a 5-year cycle, and it kind of makes sense when you start putting that together. But that's different than what we've ever done here, and I realize that. I cut that down pretty drastically and said $5 million for devices to get us through a couple of years. And that in that same time frame that we would be looking at the athletic facilities and stuff and making a recommendation to y'all, that we might come back to y'all for another recommendation on technology after we're able to take a look at an assessment of device effectiveness very well, and what devices work best for our kids and for our teachers. We have data that we're collecting right now, but at this specific time, we just know we need to continue to refresh some of our laptops and our Chromebooks in our system, but it would give us the opportunity to really go through a process to evaluate each piece of technology and do it well. And also, we're in the middle of a transition with an executive director of technology right now, and that would give us the opportunity to bring a new person in, use their expertise, and build off of that for the future for a thoughtful plan. So that was the reasoning why I cut that down to a $5 million price.
What are we spending on technology devices right now?
Do you mean dollar amount per device?
No, just kind of an over, just an estimate. I don't want the whole thing, because we need to know that number. I mean, I don't have a problem with 5 million, but if I'm not mistaken, whatever we're spending right now on technology devices is coming out of M&O,
Correct.
just like the buses.
Correct.
And we need to be able to know, so we can tell taxpayers, in the end, we're trying to free up X amount of dollars for salaries for teachers, for staff. This is what we're doing.
2.5 when we had to add all those devices because of homeschool, because of COVID. Then we have to use that.
Rachel said about $1 million for student devices last year.
But that's just students, that's not teachers.
About 600,000 for teachers.
Okay, but that's just 1 year. That's, yeah, well, that would be, but that's just 1 year. So this is a 5-year cycle.
And we had a pretty substantial investment the year before.
Right, right.
And so I think we can absolutely get you like an average.
Yeah, I'm just, we need to keep those things in mind when we're looking at these kind of weird items that Belton's never done before. Why would we do it? Well, that's why.
And I'll really tell you, I struggle with this one because I'm not excited about putting a separate ballot out there. And I've really wrestled with that, a separate proposition, excuse me, and having 2 propositions out there. But the fact that being able to free up $5 million of M&O budget over a couple of years could help us out for staffing concerns is why I ended up putting it in there. But I really struggled with that because I don't necessarily want to just put something out there that could be a lightning rod for people. Being brand new, being something that they vote on separately, I was just afraid that it could be a lightning rod. When you take a look at the polling data that Matt went over with us earlier tonight, technology actually polled pretty well. And if you take a look at bonds that passed, like Georgetown ISD passed Proposition A and Proposition B, which was both the building of new facilities, renovations, but also their technology. So I do think that there could be possibility to help us out. Anything else on that?
Right, the next one is our Delta program. So as y'all know, our Delta program serves our students who are in the age of 18 to 22, who are in need of transition services, our students who receive special education services in their time with us. This is a program that transitions them to more independent life, work, and so as of right now, they don't have their own location. We are currently housing them in our high schools like Lake Belton, for example, and when you look at the demographer report, you know that Lake Belton is growing and is going to need that space for the student growth that they're experiencing. Best practice for transition programs like this are typically not to have them in high schools. You know, the pictures, although they're stock pictures, if you think about it, the facilities for our students that are receiving these services are things such as those life skills, those independent living skills. So you see one of the pictures looks like a kitchen, a home kitchen, an apartment. Part of the facility might look like an office space in supporting them in their transition to an office position. And so, it's cooking, access to independent cooking skills and living skills and work skills. And so, this is one where it would be, and it ranked really high, I think, for our community when it was surveyed, but also our bond exploration committee. We don't have a set decision on location of it at this time, but know that they need their own facility. So whether that's purchasing something and renovating that, or whether that's constructing something, this is an estimated cost for a Delta program facility.
I thought some of these students were currently at the old administration building on Sixth.
The old administration building on Sixth is now for staff. Y'all did a remodel of that a few years ago, so we house staff over there for our special
Special ed,
education.
yeah.
Okay,
Before that, it was
we
health
discussed
sciences.
it being the Delta program, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So I asked for some numbers, just so you know, we currently serve 31 students in the Delta program. We are projected to be up to 52 by 25-26. So that population will continue to expand as we continue to grow as a school
So
district.
how many square feet are y'all thinking of, John Martin?
I think, I would say this, it all depends on the design that we need to have and all of it. And we're open to actually taking a look at existing facilities that are already in place. We might be able to find something, renovate the inside and have a whole lot more square feet than we would building new. So that's why you see a $2,500,000 amount. It could be land and designing that, and then the square footage might be a little smaller. It could be, we find some commercial building that we could actually renovate so the interior looks a whole lot like the interior of the house and do something in a different way. So I don't have an exact square footage amount. I would say this, with 50 students predicted to be in this by 25-26 and a growing school district, we have to remember they need facilities for that program that are a little bit above and beyond what you need in regular classroom space. The other thing that I'll note on this one real quickly, I apologize, do you want to jump in? I would liken this to a student in our welding program. If we were to take a student in our welding program and say, we want you to learn about welding, but we're not gonna provide you a facility that helps you learn how to weld, we would never do that. And that's the same type of situation that I think that we are in with our Delta program. We have to look at a facility that is going to help our students transition to as independent life as they possibly can. And we have to have the facility to help us do that. And best practice, as Melinda said, means it's outside of the current facility of the school, because life ends for them at a school after they're 22. And so we want to get the best experience we can through that facility, just like we would for a student in our welding.
So would you transition them over to that once they're finished with their senior year?
That's right. So the way that works right now is students that qualify for these additional services, and not every student qualifies that's in our special education programs, but students that qualify for these services then go and they work based on their IEP and based on the skills that are needed for the student. They work on the specific schedules and programs. A lot of this is accessing community things. We have students who access different community programs that have different jobs, and it's trying to get them into those programs, get them into those jobs, and teach them the life independent skills they need.
Who do we partner with in the community for this program?
Yeah, our nurses, yeah, there are a whole lot around, but
It used to be H-Box, but I don't see the kids at HEB on Wednesdays like we used to. Are they not there anymore? They do?
And
Oh, Fridays?
I will say that I think COVID has impacted this program some too. Access to community,
Yes.
access to, we have medically fragile students in this sometimes as well. And so access to these experiences has been impacted by our pandemic, but we do believe that's going to change.
So are we actively looking for a location? And if so, then perhaps this dollar amount could possibly change to either be higher or lower depending on what's found. Would that be a fair statement?
I would say we always are actively looking for locations. This is one where we don't have a good lead on this right now, so I can't guarantee that. And given the time of the potential calling for this election. I don't think, could we allocate $1.5 million instead of $2.5 million? Absolutely, that is entirely in the purview of this board. Given the cost of land and building and what it might cost us, we try to be conservative on this one, say 2.5 million, so that we have a little bit of wiggle room.
Okay. Well, that's, I think, it's a program, it's gotta have it, it's important, it's the right thing to do.
I was really pleased that it made the priority list because it is so critical, but I think it's also something that the public and little community members don't understand. Just because we have only 31 kids, but those are 31 important kids. And I did speak with somebody who's a former Delta person in the district, and she mentioned, and it was a new perspective that I didn't know. And she was talking about that having kids stay in a classroom, you're going to have classroom and school behaviors. When you have them in a facility where they can be in a kitchen, a real kitchen, or a real room, or a real living room, or in a laundry room, or in the grocery store, or in an office, then those behaviors are fostered in a different way, and they understand, and those skills will transition easier because it's not in a classroom. But she just even talked about the behavior of when you're in a high school. You're gonna still get high school behaviors, but it's different when they're in a different environment too. And I think that that's really critical, and many people just don't understand because they just may not live that life with a kid like that. So I'm just really pleased that this.
We even know that these programs exist.
One of the questions that was brought up, I think somebody put me aside in one of the bond committees, if I'm not mistaken, about this, and they asked, is this required or is this an option? And we're required to serve students in this capacity. How do we serve them and the quality of education, in my mind, when we talk about each and every for the students in our Delta program, just like we do for the first graders that are sitting in the classrooms.
Well, I think how we serve those says what we're about.
That's right. Finally, I think we're at the end here, aren't we? Michael, I think you're up, aren't you?
We are, and the good thing about safety projects is we cast a pretty wide net too on the types of safety projects we were looking at. But it's really, Doug Taylor's here tonight, and y'all worked with Doug in the past. He kind of coordinated this effort, and there, once again, we have invested significantly in safety of our students. One of the things that was, as we had our facilities assessment, we were very pleased that overall we found our campuses to be very safe, but that doesn't mean that we don't see need for further investments. So really the three major parts of this proposal is to take kind of our third phase of our playground safety measures, and that would be to come back and try to get accessibility figured out across the district at our 10. So we still, our last investment was great. We put in a lot of new equipment. We put in fall protection. We put in canopies at all of our campuses, and we tried to get some equity amongst the district where our kids had real similar facilities to play on. Now this one would be to come back in and try to remove as much of the mulch and gravel play areas as we can, keep the equipment, but come in and put fall protection around those, and also to increase our sidewalk accessibility and things like that. So you can have an ADA sidewalk that leads up to a play area, but if the play area is gravel, there's still some real mobility challenges once you get there. So kind of getting some preliminary pricing on that. We feel like we could make another big step forward in accessibility for all kids at our elementary and VEX playgrounds. The other two biggest is we've started working towards more secure vestibules across the district. We've done it at several campuses so far, and in a couple of our district facilities, but we'd like to increase and continue to invest in secure vestibules in the entrances to our buildings. And then the other is to explore and we've had great success with ID entry with keyless entry at Charter Oak and Lake Belton High School, and Doug has worked with some consultants on that to try to expand that across the district. And there's vast benefits to that. Number one, just from a cost of, if a set of keys gets lost, just replacing locks that key might have had access to gets very expensive sometimes. Also, access control of knowing who's in your building, knowing when they can get in your building, those sorts of things. So the keyless ID is something that the keyless entry through an ID system is something we're really interested in. And then some other things too, to continue our lighting upgrades, exterior lighting upgrades, to continue just a constant cycle of improvement on our security cameras, repair, replacement, and server space and those types of things. A little bit of perimeter fencing. We've done a lot of work with that, and we're in a really good spot, but there's a few campuses that we still have some areas to address. Bottle refill stations, we found with COVID, and really with lots of kids carry water bottles now, and we're not equipped to fill them. And it comes with kind of a safety deal, but also we're buying a lot of paper cups and things of that nature. So really kind of all inclusive, but the three big ticket items on this is our phase 3 playground, fall protection and accessibility upgrades, secure vestibules at campuses where we haven't been able to make that investment thus far, and ID entry. And once back to the point of Miller Heights earlier, they're estimated about $280,000 of this would have gone towards Miller Heights. So that's, if you wanted to pool that and the MEP, you'd be looking at about $950,611 just on those two projects. Miller Heights is one of the campuses that does have a secure vestibule already, so that wasn't going to be an investment we would have had to have made, but there is some money in playground and in ID entry that would need to be spent there.
So see, there's, get you $1 million and $1.5 million.
Any questions on safety projects?
Does that have to be on its own proposition too, or not?
So what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, we're gonna take another quick break, let people get their thoughts together and come to some final consensus on some things. When we come back, those are the three questions that we have laid out to you. Is a board of trustees, only the board can call for an election.
Right.
Before we go, I just have a quick little clarifying question.
Sure.
Say if we call for a bond, maybe the bond doesn't pass. As a district, I'm sure we have a plan to fix the things that we can out of our M&O. However, we will still be in these aging facilities, we'll have all these things that need to be fixed, and we will not be able to financially compensate our teachers, which also could be a morale, negative, and then we just won't have, I'm just not trying to paint a picture of doom and gloom, but the reality is, we have to at least.
That is reality.
Yes. When we go through the budgeting process, the regular M&O budget development process through the spring, we have to plan for potentially not passing that as well, because that's what you need us to do. But it's going to impact us, and it's gonna impact us in some ways that nobody wants, but we would have to talk about less raises, we would have to talk about less adding of positions while we're a growing school district, so that's increased class sizes. We would have to talk about portables, and continuing to add portables. Those are the types of things that we want to try and avoid, and I think this bond election can help us with that. But yes, absolutely, if this does not pass, we are going to feel the impact of that now, and that's based on our fast growth.
We can't do nothing anymore.
That's right.
And to reiterate, this is a bond that will not raise people's tax rate.
Right. All right, 5-minute recess, which is back here at 8:36. 8:37, we are back in session.
So, trustees, thank you for going through that in depth tonight. I think we have covered a lot of ground and a lot of good discussion on these projects. What you see in front of us now is a summary of those. That should look familiar to you. That is the $168 million price tag that I proposed to you at the last meeting, and broken down by an individual project that we talked about in depth tonight. Some ask how this lines up with the Bond Exploration Committee's recommendation. And so what you have here is a graphic, a chart showing you, we had a prioritized list of projects for the Bond Exploration Committee, and they rank ordered those, and all of that totaled $431 million. Now, some of those things were doubly costed, I guess is the best way to put it, because there was a discussion about potentially building 2 stadiums, possibly building 1 stadium, and you obviously wouldn't do both of those things at the same time. So that is a little higher than one might think, but we had a lot of things that we talked about, and these were just the things that rose to the top. I'm proud of the process that the Bond Exploration Committee went through, because I believe the things at the top of their list are truly needs in our school district. And I think we've outlined tonight why a lot of these are needs that we have to go through. The column on the right is the proposal that I gave to you, and you see that when you start going down, we match line for line all the way down through campus safety and security upgrades. We get to Belton New Tech and Belton High School CTE and Fine Arts, and you see that I added a couple of $1 million in my recommendation for New Tech, and so that's why that is highlighted in yellow. You see the next highlighted item was the land acquisition. I lowered that, so that's why that was highlighted in yellow. So you can see for the most part, up until you get down here to cafeteria equipment where it says future need/discussion, all of the projects that were talked about in the Bond Exploration Committee down to that point are things that we included in the superintendent's recommendation. I share that with you because I want to point out, we started with community voice, and we value the community voice, and that is the primary driver behind a lot of these projects in here. Are they needs? Yes, they are needs. I wholeheartedly believe it, otherwise I wouldn't have brought it to you. But that gives us a $168 million price tag. And some might ask, why $168 million? We heard polling data tonight, and I think we have to take that into account as a team of 8 at the end. We are going to have impacts on us if we don't pass a bond. We're gonna feel it. And so I think some of the discussion that we have to have as a team of 8 is, what is right for our community? First, do we need a bond? If yes, do you recommend it be held in May 2022, like the committee said? If yes, then the final tough part that we have is what's included in that actual bond election that you might call for. And so that's where we are. And I think you've heard all of the projects outlined. I want you to feel comfortable in saying what you would like to see added, subtracted, things like that, because ultimately it has to be something that we all feel good about, because in order for us to move this forward, it's going to need all of our support. So that's where we are at this point. Any questions on the entire night so far before we get into answering these 2 questions of the Board of Trustees?
One thing real quick.
Yes.
If we do vote to go forward with this amount, this bond, can we tweak later the dollar amounts? Can we tweak as we go, moving things from place to place on these recommended?
I think that's tricky, and I think what I would say on this is that the answer to that is yes, but I think also we have to be careful about that. We don't want to list everything out and say, you're voting on every project on here, because you can come up with some challenges with your public on that, saying, hey, we voted to build something at Belton High School and you weren't able to do that. Well, if something should happen in rising construction costs, do we have the ability to adjust those dollar amounts and add that to a new school? Absolutely. So the answer to it is yes. I also wouldn't want to vary from it a ton, because I think that is, that's the transparency piece of all of this. Any other questions on everything we've covered so far tonight?
What did you say about the CTE? Why did you put that in yellow?
Added $2 million.
Added?
Added.
Right, yeah.
And I did struggle with that recommendation, well, I shouldn't say just me. There are a lot of people in this room that help me make good recommendations. If it's good, then it's, a lot of people help me with it. If it's bad, I'll take the blame for it. What I'll say on the CTE recommendation is this: I had to look at the overall scope at Belton High School. And while I would like to accomplish more in CTE right off the bat, I do believe we have some dollar amounts that I'm concerned about. We already are talking about an MEP investment of a substantial amount, over $4 million, plus an interior finishes investment at Belton High School of over $6 million, plus $19 million in a CTE facility. That's $30 million invested in Belton High School alone for this potential bond package. And I feel like that's a really good step moving forward. Is it everything that we need to do at that school? No.
Matt, just to be clear on that CTE for Belton High School, does it impact all the programs or just one or two? Is that what you said?
Just a few, and Mike can outline that better than I can, but it just impacts a few of the programs to start.
Does it affect the construction trade, welding class?
Well, ROTC, which is a big program. I mean,
Right.
over 100 kids would be impacted by that. And culinary arts, which is one of the biggest programs, and one of the construction trades programs. I don't know which number is how many kids are impacted by each. And then theoretically would allow us to use that current culinary arts area to move health sciences or whichever the next greatest need program is determined by Ben and Stephanie and their staffs.
So it wouldn't do anything for the automotive kids and the welding kids and the.
Not in phase one.
Well, the auto kids we still have, I mean, that auto tech building is
Yeah, that's a fairly.
pretty new.
5 years old, yeah.
We spent 1.6 on that, like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the whole discussion tonight?
What are the rules around bond savings? Right, so, okay, great, we put this forward, and, okay, some of this stuff doesn't actually end up costing that much, or costing as much as we have on paper, right? So, the rules around bond savings basically say we could use it on the types of things we said,
We can use
we're
it for
gonna be
everything.
in the proposition.
Well, we can use it for land, because land was in the original, everything that was in the original bond package is what we can use it for.
Whatever the language would be in that proposition,
Right.
so we could use that for. Suzanne Marchman with Huckabee is right with us. Is there anything you want to add on that?
So the way the law is written, it says that you first have to accomplish what you laid out in the ballot language. But if your ballot language is construction of renovation of school facilities, land and buses, and you've done those things and you have bond savings, then if you have additional construction projects, that still follows the language of the law, so that you could build something else. However, if it's something that falls outside of what's in your ballot,
Right.
then the board has to have a public hearing, lay out individually what those projects would be, and the board must vote independently. So each project would have to be voted on separately, and then you.
If it fell out of the scope, if it fell out of the scope of what we were originally doing.
Yeah.
But if we had bond savings, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but my reading of it, if we had bond savings on the MEP, and Mike came back and said, hey guys, we thought it was gonna be $13 million, it was actually, 11.5, we could move that money over to the Delta program.
Right.
Any of the other things listed on there.
Correct.
Or land, yeah.
I'll use one of the easier examples for us. If buses were not included in the original proposition, you couldn't buy buses with the
Right,
funds.
right, right.
So that's
And you can't do anything with athletic facilities.
That's right.
Because they're not listed.
The athletic facilities over a certain amount of that serve over a certain amount of people, you couldn't do it. If you needed to maybe repair a gymnasium at Southwest Elementary School, that might be different.
Or 2 tennis courts at Belton High School.
Potentially, yeah.
So the next is we have to discuss, do we need to call a bond, is that right?
Yeah, and so, from a perspective of the board, you commissioned a bond exploration committee in the fall. You've asked us to present information to you, we've gone through the process with our community at this point, and it comes down to the questions as a board of trustees. There are no action items tonight, this is only recommendations to us as an administrative team. And if you say yes to that first question, then we'll bring to you, probably on the 15th of February, the actual language to take action on it.
Question on that, just so I make sure that we don't mess up, so that I don't mess up. we're not taking action, therefore there is no vote tonight. Legally, we couldn't because it's not on the agenda to take a vote. So on the question of do we call a bond, we obviously can't raise our, what is the legal, how do we do that?
How do we do it?
Yes.
Here's what I would say is that if you have any substantial concerns at calling a bond election, now is the time for us to discuss those.
Okay.
And if you feel like we've gone through a good process and we're at a good point, I don't need a vote. This isn't a voting situation.
Okay.
I just need to know from, direction from you all regarding our next steps.
Okay.
Well, our committee was at 96%.
Correct.
That's pretty overwhelming.
Are there any concerns as a board of calling a bond election for, we'll say, just calling a bond election at this point?
We're not voting. I know the law.
This is us discussing.
I don't hear any concerns.
Great. If that's the case, then are there any concerns about us holding that for May of 2022 election?
I think when you look at the financial ramifications of like interest rates and all that kind of stuff, I mean, if we're gonna do it, the sooner the better.
And what Jennifer said too, though, is that the Fed last week talked about possibly raising the rates 5 times over the next year. She said that if this passed in May, that she could start selling bonds in July,
Yeah.
which means we'll probably only have 2 increases, maybe 3 by then. So it's really good timing.
You know, initially, I will say this, when I initially went into this thinking about potential bond elections, I was weighing in my mind, do we wait a little while, do we wait until
Hoping that
things?
I'll do this.
Yeah, because we heard rising construction costs, we heard interest rate changes, we heard all of these things, but, I think a lot of it's come to fruition, and come to fruition fast, and so to your point, will it be as low, will those interest rates be as low as they currently are right now, or were in the fall? Probably not. But we don't see them, by any estimate from any group that we work with, we do not see them getting better than we currently have right now. So now might be the best time that we have to do.
I mean, it'll save us hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $1 million, based on what the projected interest rates are.
Absolutely.
So as far as some of the recommendations tonight about changing the money amount for land.
Yes.
Are you gonna work on that throughout the week?
What I'd like to hear is from you all as a board of trustees, if that is something that you would like us to pursue in that final bond recommendation, if that's something that y'all feel pretty good about, and then we can put that together.
I have a question on that.
Yes, sir.
So I looking through the stuff here and doing my slow bag of math. We're at 168 million right here. But based on what we got from Ms. Ritter, you know, we're at 170 million. We don't raise any taxes at $170 million at all. I mean, I don't know, it's not chump change, it's $2 million, actually it's $2.5 million extra. And this is me talking out loud, thinking out loud, which is I probably shouldn't do. But if we're at 168, to me it makes sense to go ahead and go to the 170, because either way, we're not changing the tax rate. That gives us automatically 2.5 million extra to throw into the land discussion, gets us to 4.5 million without changing anybody's life.
Yeah. Here's what I would say is that we believe we could actually go all the way up to 200 million without a tax rate increase at this time.
Okay.
And so I share that with you, is I don't want to put a false cap of 170 million on that. Is when Jennifer has worked through those, we do have the ability to go up higher than the 170, we believe, without a tax rate increase in our INS fund.
So that was my question, was do we need to, at this point, kind of come to a consensus of a cap?
Mm.
Where are we gonna be comfortable? And then we can fill in the blanks below that.
Yeah.
So if your initial recommendation was at 168, we've gone over this and over this and over this with Jennifer about what the capacity could be with the buy down and different things. We could go up to 200, and it still doesn't change the INS tax rate. We have to figure out where the comfort zone, and I keep hearing this word sticker shock. Well, man, that's a big amount of money. But when you look at it commonsensically, we need to get we need to do as much as we can do now, because down the road, it's just gonna cost our district more money to do these same things. So we need to find our comfort zone, in my opinion, is where the cap needs to be, and then we can kind of figure out those extra things that we talked about, the land, versus,
Right.
the ag barn, is where are we gonna like comfortably on an amount?
And that's, truthfully, that's that last question is based on the information that you have and your knowledge of our community, what's the best recommendation that y'all think we should have at this point? And dollar amount does play a role in all of that. We heard the polling data, dollar amount plays a role in all.
Right. But that one survey that Matt talked about on the Zoom today, was they did a lot of that polling data at 184.
Mhm.
And I think we can go with a number there to get us more room to do more things, and we can kind of go off of that data that they took off of that 184. At least that's where my comfort zone is.
I think that from a superintendent perspective, the thing that we have to keep in mind based on that polling data is the more we go up,
It changes.
the more we have work to do to educate. And that's where we are right now in the world of bond elections. It doesn't mean that 168 is gonna be a whole lot easier, but as that data went up, we have a larger hill to address.
And 168 has been put out in the public already several times. People seem somewhat comfortable with that. Worried about messing with that too much.
And I honestly, you go back to 2017, 44% voted against that during a completely different climate. Now you can't turn on the news and hear anything positive about public schools, even though it's not the real story nationwide, it's in a few places. So we're getting a lot of negative press from people.
Yeah.
But what we need to remember in comparing those two is, and something you told me, Matt, that is stuck in my head, you said in all your years of being in education, you had never seen someone raise the tax rate as dramatically as was done in that bond election of 14 cents. We're talking, whether we're talking 184, 168, or 170 million, any of those numbers, we're still telling, we are telling the truth of, hey, we are not increasing your tax rate by doing this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we have to remember, and this is coming from someone who lives in a neighborhood that's taxed to the hilt, I know.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing that we have to keep in mind is just because we can go
Right.
to those higher numbers, doesn't necessarily mean that we ought to.
Right.
We ought to remember that we ask the community to come in and give us advice. We need to make sure that we pay attention to what that committee said.
Right.
And what those survey results revealed. So I don't want to go too far, just
Because we can, doesn't mean we should.
Doesn't mean we should.
Right.
I feel along the lines as what you just said.
That's what.
Because then we risk, it's an or, I think it's yes or no.
And what Janet said about those numbers have already been discussed, put out in the public eye, public ear.
I think I guess I kind of fall to the 170 number just as a round number, because 168 to 170 to me is what we can do versus what we should do. I mean, it's a hard, although that little bit of 2.5 million buys us, it gets us lean. And I think that the main thing that we're gonna have to do, and this is gonna be on us, here's the 170 number that was asked of the bond exploration committee. But what we've got to make sure that we do, whenever we do this is, yes, it's about building schools, it's also about freeing up money to pay for staff. That cannot, we have got to remember that the buses, the technology, these are things that we've got to get that money out of that M&O. Because the state of Texas is not raising that. They're not gonna give us any more. We know that. And we're squeezed right now.
So if you go back to the chart on page 7 of the packet they gave us.
Yeah, that's the one I just found too.
The exploration committee, 46% favored a number between 170 and 200.
Yep. 30% got, 36 at 125 to 70, and I know this isn't, so any of my math people in here, don't freak out when I add these together, because I know you're like, that's not the way statistics work.
It's 54.
It does add up.
Under that.
Yeah.
So And this was one of those hard things, being honest, this is where one of the, struggles as a superintendent. We don't have a foregone conclusion from that bond committee of what dollar amount we should spend. And honestly, I think it was clear that the recent elections played a role in that. We held this meeting on December the 8th with the Bond Exploration Committee. We got the data back on our survey, and the elections for bonds had just happened a month prior, and we had local school districts that did not pass a bond at that time. And so I do think that that played a role in some people not knowing where to land on a dollar amount, because a lot of people wrestled with the question of, we know that there's a need, but how much could we actually pass? And what's the right number? So there's not a foregone conclusion from our Bond Exploration Committee about total dollar amount on that one.
And I guess not a struggle, but something I'm keeping in my mind is, on that 170, whatever it is that we all know, we're back here in 36 months doing this again. We don't have a choice.
Yeah.
We're growing so fast, we're back here again, and I guess, as long as we can hold rates and as long as we can be good stewards of the money and show, hey, this is what we asked for, this is what we spent it on, we account for everything that we've done, I think we will maintain the public trust.
And I think,
I'd love to have a big bank account, but
Yeah.
we don't have that.
I think this board has done, and the previous boards and previous administration has done a really good job of that. If you think about our recent audit, we had great reviews from our recent audit. If you think about the awards from TASBO, we won the awards from TASBO. If you think about our first rating, we have the highest rating you can get for a first rating. You hired an auditor in the last construction cycle to make sure that she was protecting taxpayer dollars and did an outstanding job of that. This board has done great work in protecting taxpayer dollars in the past, and we will continue doing that moving forward.
And I feel like we've returned $7 million at least, and that's just back of the napkin through interest that was earned on some of the money, through bond refinancing, through, other stuff like, that's huge. All right, so if you wear your corporate finance goggles, okay, and you say, hey, the goal is to keep the tax rate from going up, and with the interest rate landscape, the right answer is you get every single penny you can possibly get right now without increasing the tax rate. Like that is what the right corporate finance decision is.
Right.
Okay. So, but is that the right community decision? Right. So,
The problem is people vote.
Well, I know that's the thing, right? So I think we found through the polling like 200 million is now palatable, right? Even though
We could do it.
we could do it, right? It's the right corporate finance decision to do it, but it's maybe not the right community decision, right? So if we landed at something like 170, which happens to be maybe the number around that, what that does potentially allow us to do, right, is to get a good chunk of needs, to get like the emergent things taken care of, right? And to get us some things that'll set us up for the future. And it potentially lets us pay this off, not in 30 years, but in 25 years, right? And it gives us the capacity that we're gonna need going forward. So, again, corporate finance goggles say get every penny, but I don't know. I mean,
But
I
this
think
is about
170.
corporation when we get to
Right,
do that.
right. I mean, unfortunately, like, people don't understand that. And so, 170, I think is maybe around the most people are gonna be able to stomach. I don't know. It's kinda where I'm at.
Corporations make money,
We do not.
We do not.
Well, so, I don't know, look at the flip side, right? So it's not about making money, it's about saving money, right? It's about making the most of the dollars that we have.
No, I understand.
And it's really an investment for us, right? It's a cost offset for the future.
Well, the 177.25, the 170 million, that does, there's one, that's, we hold everything flat, but we also, something that Ms. Ritter said, we've got that money sitting in that INS fund of 3.7, we're gonna buy it down,
Yep.
and that's where we're gonna come up with that thing.
that money has to be used to do that.
Yeah.
She already told us that 3.75, we're gaining some interest on it, and we're gonna leave some in there for a rainy day. But she said, hey, you have to do, this is the only thing you can do with this money. And if we use that now, and then 4 years from now, that other has grown, we have bond savings funds, the next time we're in here, maybe we have an extra 8 million sitting in there to buy it down the next time.
And I think that's a good point, with that proper use of your funds that y'all have allocated for all of this, and that we saved over on that, using that $3.7 million, $75 million, gained you, $80 million of bond capacity right now without increasing a tax rate for the school district, which is.
You're not gonna get that return on investment anyway.
No.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
No, and that's the frustrating part about this, is that if you just look at it from what's the best, financially speaking, what makes the most sense is what Chris said, is that if you have the capacity and you have a list of needs that's over 400 million, and we're gonna be hovering somewhere in the 170 to 200 range, there's a lot of stuff that isn't getting done this go around, right? So what we're really concerned about is that we know financially this is a good idea to do what we can do based on all the financial stuff that we've been going over with Jennifer now for months.
Yeah.
What we're just worried about is what we can get past.
Yeah.
But our job as a team of 7, team of 8 is we have, with the work of the community, with the work of our administrative team, and now with us tonight, it's our job to put forth a bond.
Yeah.
And then the community's the ones who say yes or no.
Yeah.
That's where we're at this point. We just educate them. This is what it is. I disagree with it being a feather in my cap. I have nothing personal to gain from this. I got on this board because I wanted to help children. I wanted to help our employees. And I also wanted to be a good steward of our taxpayers' money. And Matt just went over a long list of accolades that this district has from being a wonderful steward of our taxpayers' money. And the reason that we have these capacities is because the previous administrations and school boards have done a wonderful job of setting us up to be in this position. So since we've worked so hard to get to that position, I think we ought to maximize the position that we're in. That's just my one opinion. I know I'm gonna get blistered for this, but I'm just looking at it from a simple math standpoint. It makes sense to do what we can. And if the community says, well, guys, that's a little bit more, then we'll be disappointed. But I personally think that there's a certain percentage of people in our community that are gonna vote no, no matter what amount we put on this.
Absolutely.
And if y'all look, how many of y'all went through and looked at the comments from the data of the polling? Did y'all read the comments? I just kept reading them. But almost, I don't know what the percentage was, but almost every single person says, do not raise my taxes.
Yeah.
Well, we're not.
Well, I think one of the problems that we would have going above, and I just use the 170 number, because it's a round number, I guess, is that the 168 is already out there. The 170 to me, that's the same thing, just rounding up a little bit. And I too, I would love to just do the 200 million, knowing that we're not having to increase taxes and all that. I don't know that we've got to pass the bond. It's not, none of these are wants, right? None of these are wants. These are all needs, have to be done now. We do not have a choice. If we don't pass the bond because we went aggressive, this is just my nature, you go for everything, you try to get it, and you don't get it. It's not like, hey, we're not gonna give you the 200 million, we're gonna go ahead and give you the 170. No, you're getting nothing. And I think we're in a bind.
Well, that's my point. We have to find where our comfort zone's gonna be.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty easy, and I'm not saying that I'm asking for the whole thing. I'm saying, if you put it on paper,
right,
it's what makes the most sense. And it's because we've done such a good job through the decades of being good stewards of the taxpayers' money. We're in a position to where we could and not affect the tax rate. But what we have to figure out is where our comfort zone's gonna be. Because that's, ultimately, we want to get something passed so we can move this district forward. I'd hate to see us take a step back.
Right.
Yeah. Well, really what we have to figure out is how big of a support gap can we have done, right? I mean, coincidentally, Matt, that's exactly where I was going, right, that's why they're there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll point out two things real quickly to drive this home, because I think think everybody got this, but I think it's important. When he went over the initial, this is an initial reaction to possible ballot amounts, that's asking people just off the top of their head, hey, would you support $170 million before they talk to them at all about projects or at all about facts of the district? This is initial reaction to those dollar amounts. When you go back here at the end, this was the difference between the initial reaction and the informed ballot. What they call the informed ballot is when you get the communication out and say, did you know Belton ISD is projected to grow by 3,100 students over the next 5 years.
Where did, and I'm curious, because I think I missed this part coming in late, I apologize for that. Where's the 184 come from? That's not a Jennifer Ritter number, that's a arbitrary by the.
So what we initially started with on this one was we asked Jennifer at the beginning of the bond exploration process, Jennifer, parameter-wise, what could we possibly do with no raise of our tax rate?
Okay.
And this was back in September, and it was about that $184 million mark. So that set some parameters for us right off the bat.
That answers my question, I didn't know if it was like,
There wasn't a magic number, and I do think that some people are like, well, you must have a list, Matt Smith, you've got a list that totals $184 million, because what else would you ask?
Than 184.
And I can tell you the opposite of that. That's why we started with the community and said, community and that bond exploration committee, make our list. We're gonna give you all of this information, because I didn't wanna come out with a list ahead of time.
So could you go back to that, initial
Yep.
slide, see the difference between the 170 and the 184?
Yep.
It's not much, is it?
Not much at all. And I think that's these are the tough decisions that we have to wrestle with as a team of 8, is what we feel comfortable with in all of this. I do agree, I think logically, and an informed voter understands, for the most part, the challenges that we face as a school district by adding so many students and the challenges of aging facilities. Most people understand that. What people struggle with is, but my tax bill keeps going up.
Right.
And that's appraisal values, and the value of your home is driving some of that, because over the past few years,
We've been dropping for.
there it is. You can see that we've been dropping the tax rate in Belton ISD.
Yeah, that was based on the compression thing, right?
That's right.
We didn't have any really choice in the matter.
Well, what I would say,
But
and you see, we also lowered,
INS.
INS tax rate on that as well. So it's not only that, the board has done a good job valuing the taxpayer dollars.
And that's the thing that's aggravating to me, is when you compare the fast growth districts that Jennifer had on the chart, we're the lowest.
Yep.
She said the amount that we would be asking for, even if we went for the 200, which sounds like we're not, we'd still be a low number compared to other fast growth districts in our overall debt that's out there. So that's a little bit aggravating to me, because we are so low, because we could, if we were to step it up 3 or 4 cents, think about how much more debt capacity we could have.
Absolutely.
And think about how much more, but we've kept it because we know our community. I think we've done a good job, but people still come at it negatively, but they're not comparing it to the other people.
And I think that's the hardest piece of all of this, is because it's a partnership with the community for it, and we've got to figure out ways to educate the community well and make sure that they understand the needs. One of the things that I've struggled with the most in this process is when I hear people say that they don't understand our growth needs. But I feel like when I look back at your 2017 bond campaign that passed, it was all focused on growth. And I think about all the houses we see whenever you're driving up 317 or Main Street and you see all those new houses coming in all throughout our district, or you drive down to Three Creeks. I think it's a pretty logical conclusion that we're growing, and with all of those new houses, you have new kids. But our polling data shows that we have got a hurdle to overcome for people understanding that we still have a growth need.
Now, I like to respond to something that, Chris brought up and Ty had brought up. And as I listen to the comments, I start focusing on the facts. And what are the facts here? The facts are that we as a group impaneled a bond exploration committee.
Yep.
Comprised of ostensibly a good cross-section of the community, right? And they've already said overwhelmingly that we should, for the bottom of the table.
Yeah.
Now, Now, the other thing that they've done is that 46% of them, I think it was 46%, said the range would be 170 to 200. But we don't know how much of that 46% said 170.
That's right.
And how much of that 46% said 200. We don't know that, right? And there's a fairly large gap right there, okay? So we don't have that fact,
Correct.
right?
So if we were at 168 with your recommendation, knowing that we're gonna need to add $5 or $6 million for land purchases, I mean, that gets us up to what, 174? So we're still close,
We're still in that same range.
right there at that 170 that Jeff was talking about. We're right there, but that gives us that capacity to kind of lean on your recommendation, which has come through a year of research and meetings and polling and.
Being honest, 2 years, but yes.
Yes, a lot.
Absolutely.
But really, the drill down part of it, really, so it puts us in that range. And then I think if we wanted to, we could find a little bit of extra money from the Miller Heights section of it, and maybe a couple of other things to maybe find another couple of things from the list, maybe. But, I mean, that 174, that may be a good number.
Especially the number I was just
Well,
You
here's,
know,
yeah,
one of the things that I'm sitting here thinking is that, you know, we had the committee, there was that process, and then our superintendent, along with his administrative team and whomever else, put their heads together and came up with a recommendation. You know, one of the things that I know I personally can't ever get away from is this little thing called perception. You know, this community will look at that 168 that they've already been told about and go, okay, that's what the recommendation was. And then this board got together on this special board meeting night and they decided, hey, we're not gonna do 168, let's do this 174, or this 200. I mean, I just have to get back to respecting the process that we've just come through. That's where I am. I just don't think we should veer too far away from the recommendation.
well, can you go back?
Just the only thing, if I could say real
Yeah.
quickly on this though, we set this up for you as a board to have a final decision on. And the reason I say it like that is because you are elected to represent the community. And so by doing that, I believe sometimes I see districts that say, I don't wanna do anything different from what the superintendent suggested or the committee suggested. And I think that hurts people sometimes because in essence, you're elected to represent the people to do that. So as a superintendent, I feel comfortable if you all say we need to make some minor adjustments. I was planning on that all along and we set up the process for that. Perception-wise, in the district, if somebody were to say, superintendent presented 168 million and it's now 174, I think it comes down to, again, our education on the why behind that. And I very, very easily can say, hey, we found out land costs are a lot higher than we initially thought they might be. So I trust you all, and I think this is about us being a good team of 8. Whatever dollar amount we land on at the end, I think is gonna be right for it.
And in the Temple Telegram article that came out this morning, and the Channel 10 article that I read on their page, both of them quoted Matt as saying the 168 was a starting point from him, that it could go either way based on what we did this evening.
Well,
So I do get the 168's kind of, I had a salesman that I fired one time because someone would come in and they'd say, how much is carpet? Well, he'd say, well, it's either $25 or $30 a yard. Well, how much is that carpet? It's $25 a yard. It's not 30, because they only heard 25. So I fired him. So you gotta give them a price, not 2, because they're always gonna go at the lowest price. So I get what you're saying with that.
Matt, can you go
They've seen that
forward
already.
2 slides from there? One more. Okay, so this is the one that Manuel was talking about. And this came from our committee, which we all asked people to be on. And using Manuel's logic, and I agree with it, 46% said 170 to 200 million. Now, we don't know how many of those were at 170 and how many were at 195. But if we took a really conservative view of that and said, you know what, 99% of those people were at the 170 number. That's where they were at, and then somebody else was like, well, I like 200 million. Okay, that's 46%. And if we take a very small percentage of the people under that at 36%, they were between 125 and 170, that 170 is well over a 50% number on any conservative estimate. That is kind of the meeting point, and I'm not saying 170 dead on, I don't, 174, if that means, hey, that gives us the excess to do, like I said, the land. We had, 2 million to me seemed like a lot for land until people start talking, and all of a sudden it doesn't seem like too much anymore.
Yeah, totally. I agree with that. And I'll tell you, that $170 million amount was in my head in my recommendation. So when you say the difference between 168 million to 174 million, am I overly worried about that difference? No. Because I too was looking at some of this and looking at our polling data, and I think that we have some wiggle room to make final adjustments to this at the end. And we've said all along, this is what, we gotta land on it.
Along those same lines, and I really respect what Chris is saying and what Ty is saying, but we do have to give some deference to that committee. I mean, that's the way we kind of set things up for feedback, and it's gotta mean something.
So and I'm asking because the only one who's ever been through this entire process sitting here would be Suzanne. Where do we go from here? What do we do?
So I would say we can, real quickly run through those projects and say, is there any adjustments that you would like me to make on these? As I bring something back to you, I think you've all given me an indication that we need to come back next week and that you'd like to pursue a bond election for Belton ISD.
But in doing that, and I'm just asking this, in order for you to do your work between now and that meeting, you need a limit. You need us to tell you whether it's 170, 172, so that, I mean, without us looking at the projects and then moving shells around and doing that, you need us to give you at least an estimate that says, hey, we think, you need us to tell you what we're gonna be comfortable putting on a ballot.
I think that, and what specific, if you've got some specific projects that you say we need to, like I'll use land, that's the easy one for us all, I think. If you say we need to invest more in land acquisition, then we know that. And so we'll put the dollar to that and we'll make a plan accordingly.
How do we do that if you're not voting? I mean,
How are we all gonna?
We're not voting, we just can't nod.
Here's what I would say, in any kind of report that we do to you all, we ask you all for feedback, you all provide feedback, and we take that feedback. It doesn't always require a vote for us to get your feedback on things. And so if y'all are saying, hey, we feel pretty comfortable around this $170 million range, you might be able to go up a little bit from that, but it might be not more than that.
Yeah, I mean, and I could say that I would not be comfortable with anything over 174, and preferably lower if possible, but yeah, 174 would be my.
I like that. I like the way you phrase that.
So,
As a cap, I mean, I think the land we obviously know is more, although at the bare minimum, the 174, whatever number she gave us, we picked up an extra 2.5 million to add to land, gets us to 4.5, but we know, if we could add another 1.5 million to that, 6 million at least gives us two people to at least talk to us if we're talking to them about land maybe.
Right.
Ty mentioned, because he's nice, the ag barn, we already found 900,000 for that.
And so what I would say to that, and I didn't get this through the superintendent's recommendation, but I want to be really clear on this. This proposal builds an elementary school and takes Miller Heights offline.
Yes.
And I have said that in numerous meetings, but I didn't say that explicitly tonight. So when you're referencing, we would be able to pull a few dollars off of the Miller Heights piece.
Because it wouldn't be there anymore.
We're moving forward with this proposal.
I'm not taking things away
and
from
we
you.
don't have to take, exactly.
One comment again, and I hate beating a dead horse, but going back to the CTE over at Belton High School, I think we're working even more of an inequity by putting all these funds in one or two programs, and then the others, there's nothing. When if you go over and look at those, where the construction kids are, and where the women, man, it's just not good.
Yeah.
And then is that somewhere, Matt, where maybe, between you and your team, I hate to say this, but the CTE is such a valuable program, is that where maybe we need to look at some of our interior finishes and our MEP and stuff and say, hey, do we have a million here, 1.5 million there to just you know, I mean, we're scraping here. We're-
Yeah.
Do the most good with what we got, I guess is the way to look at it.
Good point.
So we definitely could go, to the team and say, we hear that our board's saying more of an investment in CTE, realizing that we have to live in this up to $175 million range, I think I hear y'all saying. We can go back and figure out ways to do that. It will come at a cost of taking stuff out of other projects. And so we just all need to be okay with that in the end, meaning there might be some MEP things that don't get done or some interior finishes.
And also want to understand that everything that we're able to put on this, I want to make sure we're clear. I think, Janet, you said 174?
Yeah, I would not be comfortable over that.
Okay.
I mean,
And I just use that as an example
yeah,
right now.
my comfort level's kind of 172, but like 174, I don't think it really matters that much. I don't know
Right.
that public perception would be that big of a difference.
But Matt, let me ask you this, and we talked about it, I want to make sure that I understand, I'm sure everybody else here does too, so they want me to be quiet, but all of these things are listed on the bond. If through our construction process and through our audits while we're building these schools and through finding cost savings along the way, which we don't know about right now, I know, my builders over here freaking out, it's okay. But we're auditing and we pick up 2 million here, 3 million there, it frees up money to throw at these things that we've listed here to keep going forward. Like CTE, if we found an extra $3 million in construction savings, we've already had CTE on the list. We can plow that right back into it.
What I would say is that it's on your proposition language, it talks about the renovation and building of facilities. So you would be able to use that money towards the renovation of CTE facilities. What it doesn't say is it doesn't list each individual project out, and it doesn't create a contract with the community saying, these are all the things that we're promising to do.
Right.
So it's really about bigger, broader terms, and if you use it within what the voters approve, if they approve that, that's how you could spend that money.
Okay. I think, I can't speak for the group, and we can't vote, so I don't know where we go from here.
Are there any objections
You've been
if we
through
went
this.
up into that $174 million range to address some of the land concerns?
You would have, Jen?
No, I'm good.
Oh.
I was agreeing.
No, I thought you were going
You went all the way on me there.
I think it's important to note that we're not adding other things to the list. We're sticking with the list that we have currently. We're
Oh, we
just
added an
suggesting-
ag
Well, yeah,
But we found
that was,
900,000.
but that was on the list,
Yeah.
that was on the list.
Next on the list.
I'm just saying, we're not adding something we're not just pulling stuff.
We didn't have a statute.
No.
We didn't do anything
And I
like that.
think, it is truly a list of needs.
That is the fact.
Yeah, and I do struggle with what Ty's saying and what Chris is saying about
Be nice to take 200.
saving money and looking up ahead. Man, there's a monster up ahead.
But I think, and I agree with both of them, and I wish we would take the 200. I think though, thinking ahead and thinking about the boards that are coming after us years from now, I think that, man, looking ahead, if we went with the 200 and it failed, I think we set ourselves and future boards up for failure. Remember when they tried to do X, Y, Z? Because we're right, we wouldn't be wasting any money at 200 million. We could find plenty of great things to do with it. But I think, you know, I'd start getting a little around the collar at that
It's
point.
just a weird time to do this.
Yeah.
Because of the political climate that we're in.
It's a mad time.
It's a really, because of rising construction costs, because of politics, this is a bad time to ask for this.
Yeah.
But we can't deny the fact that we had 733 kids show up to our door last year more in a pandemic. We're gonna have that many more show up the next year. We're gonna have 800 something show up the year after that.
Yeah.
And that Chisholm's about to top 1,000 students.
Yes, and we can't deny those facts. Yes, we can look at the political climate that we're in today and the negativity that we get as public schools and a lot of the information that people look at, things like that. So this is a challenging time, and I think we've really drilled as far down into this process as we possibly can. So it's just really up to us to say, look, guys, this is smart. This is what we need. And if it doesn't pass, then we're just gonna have to take a step back like you did earlier today and do like Temple just did and figure something else out. But I truly believe, based on the data, that the more education that we can get to the public and tell them, hey, this isn't,
We didn't make this up.
this isn't something that we're going out there saying, we all wanna build something to people, we can put our name on this, cause it's fun. These are needs that our community agreed on. This is the amount that we feel like is the best amount. That's what school boards do, that's what city councils do, that's what
Well, and I think
elected officials do. And then it's up to the community, but us educating them gives us a better chance for whatever we decide on to hit the finish line.
And I agree with something that Matt said, that, you know, we don't want to tell the public, hey, we do this, we're never gonna have portables, because we are going to have portables. But if we could decrease the amount of portables, then I think the public needs to understand how much those portables are costing. They are not a cheap alternative to construction, they're costing us teachers. They're costing us teachers' salaries. And that is a lot. What did you say, how much was it, $190,000? I mean, my wife's a teacher, and she even made
And I think that's something,
$190,000, so.
that's something too, we need to look at, because the package that we're looking at doing is gonna save us a considerable amount of money over the next 3 years in our M&O, which is gonna allow us to hire, staff these facilities, maybe get more competitive, and not just teacher salaries, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
across the board.
across the board, and I'm talking about those salaries, our hourly salaries, we really need to address that stuff.
It's a problem getting bus drivers.
There's no doubt.
I need a raise.
But, I think what we have to
Don't get
look
paid,
at,
by the way,
Just to be clear.
just for the record.
I think what we're looking at though is this is bigger than facilities. This is bigger. This is about a changing landscape that, because who would have thought when I first got on the board 5 years ago that we were gonna have teacher shortages? I mean, literally, like 70 teachers in Killeen retired at semester. That's a ton. So I think this is bigger than just the facility part of this. This is a game plan to help us stay competitive over the next 3 to 5 years, multifaceted.
Allows us to take care of our people.
Yeah.
Keep them here.
Recruiting, retaining, world-class employees.
World class, yeah.
I want
All
to
the
be clear.
things, all the things.
A couple of things real quickly.
Uh-huh.
I hear you all. Land is something we need to address in this proposal. CTE investment is something we need to address in this proposal. We've talked about bond savings. If we realize those after a bond election, that savings being used for additional projects that are on the list or land acquisition at that point.
Which we did with the 2017.
Correct? And so I just want to be clear that y'all are good with that type of a plan moving forward. So our job then is to bring to you next Tuesday, I think that's our last slide. I think we tentatively have that on the calendar. Special board meeting, February 15th, 5 p.m. at the Pittenger, and that will be the official call for an election at that point.
That'll be the only thing on the agenda that night, right?
That, and calling for trustee elections and
Right.
election, correct.
Right, but that, at that one, we can take the vote.
That's right.
We'll
Actually-
obviously get the information beforehand, so we can ask any questions before the meeting, we'll get in the agenda.
Correct. I appreciate you all. I know this has been a marathon, but I think one of the most important things that we can do is deliberate and discuss these things in depth. One of the things that drew me to this district, when I was going back to something that y'all brought up a little bit earlier, 2017 bond passed with a tax rate increase that was large in my mind from an outsider's perspective. Why I say it like that is, that shows the community support for schools in this district. And it said something to me because I believe that our community wants to do great things for our teachers and our students. We have an uphill battle right now. Things have changed a little bit over the past few years, but we can do it. And I think that the recommendations that are laid out in front of you are good recommendations. I feel good about them. I appreciate y'all diving into them with us tonight. And we'll give it our best shot moving forward.
Well, is there no other items to discuss? Time is 9:31, the meeting is adjourned.